Boo. Hello. Whoa, that camera is way off. Whoo-hoo. How did that got? Whoa, hold on. Hold on there, bucko. Was that Artemy or something? Here, hold on. Let's get that. So, how are we doing that? Is that good? Are we feel more or less appropriately oriented spatially? How's everyone doing? Whew. I am in a bad mood. And you know what? It's actually a good thing in a way. It demonstrates the sincerity of my positions. Because I was in a good mood when I woke up. And then, just thinking about today's stream topics, I got to be in a bad mood. Incredible. Maybe you'll share my passion. We'll see. It really depends on how well I deliver my arguments. We'll just have to see how that goes. Oh man. Please shit on Blair. Oh, I saw this. This was so good. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. This is my This is my favorite type of Blair White video. J.K. Rowling said I am biologically male, and then the video is her being like, and that's okay, because I am. Honestly, the spinelessness. Can you imagine? I met Donald Trump, and he said I was a stupid, degenerate boy with a mental illness. And I mean, you can't. I mean, technically, I mean, biologically. Yeah, I know. Oh man, I love having self-esteem. Isn't having self-esteem fantastic? I know most of you don't have it, but for those of you in chat who do in fact have self-esteem, can we please take a moment to appreciate how wonderful it feels to not relentlessly simp for people who think we're subhuman. Ah, yeah. Oh, that feels good. Oh. Oh, yeah. Vosh, did you see Benjamin Politik's dummy head response to your TikTok video about the resume study? Yes, I did. And actually, I tweeted about this, but I want to clarify. There are people on TikTok who are doing these little response videos to me. They're doing, they're doing I'll say racism is real, and they'll play my video and then they'll walk in, like this. Actually, no, it's not. And it's the TikTok back and forth. I'm not participating in this discourse. I'm not involving myself there. What I might do sometime is collect all the noteworthy video debunks I've been subjected to. Oh my god. Whew. All right, hold on. We'll get to y'all. What I might do is I'll go over all the TikTok debunks, that have been done to me, because I've seen a few of them, and they're all pretty dumb. Now, I actually have a lot of donations to go over, about a page's worth, which is about 20, 30 or so. Because my last stream ended abruptly due to connection issues. I didn't get a chance to go over all of them. But I'm actually going to break from tradition this time, and I'm going to go straight to our first topic, even though there are donations to go over. Because the first topic we're doing today involves a lot of nuance, and I never write a script, which means I had to memorize a bunch of information and, play it out in my head for it to, reasonably sound okay. And I think I would like to deliver on that information before I forget everything. Does that sound good? I can't find your citation for Holocaust survivors saying that the border camps were a concentration camp. Oh, I remember it being a big deal back in the day. I know I could find it if I dug for it, but I'll do that later. Maybe email me. I'll try to find it then. Because right now, you guys remember that too, right? Wasn't there there was a collection of Holocaust survivors who said that the border camp? Do you guys remember that? I remember that being a thing. I don't think I made that up. Yeah. I remember that. Okay. Just this once. Hey, Barbarian. Just this once. I am actually going to turn off donations for this segment because I would like there to be some universal appeal, perhaps, maybe a little bit less streaminess. Because I have not once seen a good debunk of 1350. I haven't seen it on YouTube. I haven't once. I haven't seen a good debunk of 1350 once. Oh, I've seen good academic dissertations on black crime. You know, I've seen, you know, very interesting studies, but they don't really speak to the culture online that precludes this kind of discourse. So, I think it's lacking. And if a 15-year-old goes to a Sargon of Akkad video, and Sargon of Akkad's like, well, you know, blacks do commit 50% of the crimes, despite only 13% of the population, that 15-year-old is not going to go over and look at a fucking academic citation. You know? So we're going to go over it. And yeah. Is the donation thingy still making noise? How does that happen? I turned it off. Shut down source when not visible. There you go. Now it's dead. There, now it's dead. It's gone forever now. Turn off chat? Nope, chat stays. I will never get rid of chat. I love you guys, and you're part of the community, okay? You're part of the community. Never ever. You're staying. You're staying. I can't do it without you. I can't do it without you. $13.50. I have seen or heard or read that statistic so many times online over the past 6 or 7 years, and the discourse surrounding it is infuriating. And I think a lot of the people who get caught up in the discourse on that particular piece of information are genuinely not bad people. There are some people who are disingenuously using it as a way of promoting a certain political agenda, but I do genuinely believe most people are just interested. They just have some questions. So I want to address everyone as best as I can with regards to that number. 1350, of course, is the portmanteau, the shorthand for despite. It always begins with despite. Making up only 13% of the population, black people commit 50% of the violent crimes. Now sometimes people say 52%, and sometimes people will shorten it down to 6% of the population because we're only looking at black men committing a certain percentage of violent crimes, but hey, that's not fair. Men commit more crimes violently no matter what race we're looking at. If we're looking at black people, we need to just look at black people here. So 13%, 1350, 1352 maybe, we'll take on all of it. Now, it is an undeniable fact that black people commit more violent crime in this country than their population would proportionally suggest they should. That is 100% the case. And no matter how many crazy fucking wokelets try to tell you that it all comes down to reporting bias, and I have seen some people say that, they are wrong. Black people do commit a disproportionate amount of crime, though the actual stat is a little bit misleading. I have heard the phrase, despite being 13% of the population, black people commit 50% of the violent crime. It's not actually true. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, that only refers to homicides. If we're looking at violent crime, the proportion is actually 37%, and that only refers to arrests. So we're only actually looking at homicides when we're talking about that 52% muddled figure. And even then, you know, we can account for the fact that black people are disproportionately arrested, they get more convictions overturned per capita, which means they're falsely incarcerated more often. There are a lot of really complicated statistical variances that go into that, but all of them don't really distract from the central point, which is that black people commit more crime. They just do, violent crime. by a significant amount. So the first thing that I want to do before jumping into this is acknowledge the discourse that goes on. So there are two types of people who bring up 1350. There are people who do so in good faith, and there are people who do so in bad faith. Unfortunately, the conversation is largely driven by the latter group, which makes progressive people defensive naturally. So here's an example. If you were around on Reddit back in 2014, 2015, 2016, and you ever browsed a thread on the R Politics subreddit, you saw Stormfront copy pasta. We got any old people in chat? I remember it fondly. Anytime you would scroll through those threads, anytime it had anything to do with race, you would eventually find the comment. It was the same comment every time because it was copy pasta. It was a copy-pasted document that was circulated amongst neo-Nazis on the website Stormfront, a neo-Nazi website, so named for Der Stürmer, a Nazi newspaper, you know. And what it was this big copy-paste list of black crime statistics. They were throwing darts at the wall, whatever stuck, you know. Black people commit more crime, and also the black rate of incarceration, and also black people jaywalk more often. It was just like a whole smorgasbord of statistics. Most of them were either misleading, out of context, or outright falsified. And some of them were very outdated. Some of those stats were from the 1960s. I mean, that's a half century ago, you know? That's hardly representative of modern, you know, demographic behaviors. But whatever the case was, I would see that all the time. And the first statistic thrown out every one at the top of this list of 20, 30 statistics, despite making up 13% of the population, and so on, every single time. Now, when I hear people say 1350 or despite or black crime or anything like that, the way they bring it up tells me a lot about their intentions. When those Stormfront people go into those forums and they copy paste it and they spread it around, they're not interested in having a discourse on the sociological causes of black crime. They're not interested in addressing the problem. They're neo-Nazis. We know what they're actually trying to do. They're trying to sow the seeds that black people are inherently violent, and then from that, you know, a number of conclusions naturally follow in their worldview, whether an apartheid state, the deportation of black people, or in some cases, and this was openly advocated for in Stormfront, so it's not exactly a minority opinion, just the overt genocide of black people in the United States. And they lay the groundwork for that by getting people to think, man, why do black people commit so much crime? And depending on the answers you're given, you can go in one of many directions. And I'm going to give answers to that. But first, I want to really hit down on the discourse surrounding this particular issue. Because fuck me, dude. When you bring up a social problem, usually it's done to elucidate an issue or to find a solution. That's generally what you do. Like when you say something along the lines of, well, children in this neighborhood aren't eating breakfasts as often, so it's affecting their school performance, or something like that. If I were to hear that sentence, it would usually be in the context of a discussion meant to either explain a given issue or find a solution to a given issue. That's generally how those things come up. This doesn't seem to be the case with the 1350 crowd. Usually, it is being done to bring about one of three outcomes. Either one, it's being thrown out of context, like those Stormfront people, to get people thinking, you know, why do black people commit so much crime? For two, it's being done as a lazy post hoc justification for accusations of racism. When people like me go ahead and say, oh my God, black people are being oppressed, they're being shot, they have disproportionately low income, unemployment, then somebody can walk in and say like, 1350. In, you know, presumably to shut down the conversation. And the third group of people who bring it up, I think, are genuinely interested in why that number might be so disproportionate. So, first, I will acknowledge the first true groups who act in bad faith. First of all, we must recognize the fact that if we are talking about social problems, there are only two possible causes. 50-50. That's how it works. Environmental and genetic. That's it. Those are the only two things anything can be. Any social problem, any whatsoever, can be boiled down to one of those two factors, or both of those factors in varying degrees. For example, men commit a massively disproportionate amount of violent crime, way more than black people compared to white people. We're fucking monsters compared to black people if we're just looking at average crime statistics. That's crazy. But people don't tend to talk that much about genociding all men or putting laws on men that are disproportionately strict. In fact, I've actually noticed the type of people who have such an issue with black crime rates also think the courts discriminate against men, particularly family courts, which is an interesting juxtaposition of ideas because, man, I mean, like I said, men are disproportionately way more likely to commit violent crime than women. I mean, that disparity is massive. So maybe we could derive some policy positions from that. Now, I don't want that. I think the difference in violent crime committing rates between men and women are largely a product of social forces, and there might be some genetic forces in there as well. Generally speaking, men are larger and stronger, and we do generally have higher rates of aggression. How much is that society? How much is that genetics? We don't really know, but we can work on the problems as we see them. After all, the majority of black crime is also being committed by men, by young black men. So conceivably, if we could find a way to alleviate any social factors that are increasing criminality and violence amongst young men, that would go across the board to also disproportionately affect the black community. That's how I like to think of an issue, you know? I'm a sociologist. I graduated. That's my well, okay, I'm not a sociologist, but I have a degree. And that's how I like to think of issues following my graduation. We take a look at an issue, we find a cause, and we think of a solution. We don't assign blame. I don't ever assign blame. I try to find explanations, but I'm not interested in blaming men for why men do more violence. And in fact, if you go through the entire history of my channel, in which I have made multiple mentions to men's disproportionate propensity towards committing violent crime, you will find that I have never just blamed men. You'll also find I don't just blame cops, much as I don't blame black people. I blame social issues underlying our behavior, because that's what we have control over. Blaming people doesn't really fix anything. Finding solutions does. There's one more sort of preemptive issue that I want to address before I actually get into the meat of 1350 when it comes to, I am racist against British people, that is true. When it comes to the people who just post 1350 out of context, many of them have a genetic explanation for the disproportionate rate of crime committed by black people. Obviously, if they're from Stormfront, they're not coming here thinking, well, I think sociologically poverty influences their culture. No. They have a reason. It's all up here, okay? So to those people, I have two things to say. First of all, stay mad. Still absolutely no evidence of an inherent IQ gap between the races that can't be alleviated through socioeconomic conditions. And with every passing study, the gap seems to be getting closer and closer. Really sorry. No race war today. And second of all, there are so many people, and I think this actually applies to every group, who say this. Tell me if you've heard this before, folks. Please tell me if you've heard this before. The left gets so triggered when I just post facts. These are just statistics. They're from the government. The left gets so mad. They're so triggered by facts. A couple of points to that. First of all, I'm as progressive, soy boy, whatever as it comes. I have never once been, like, offended by acknowledging black people commit more crime. To me, and again, this could be a part of my education, it's like natural to me. If I had never heard before that black people committed more crime in this country, and then somebody told me, I would think like, oh, okay, yeah, well, that makes sense given a lot of other factors that we're about to discuss, you know? It's not offensive to me, and I've never been offended at the discussion. In fact, I revel in discussing the causes behind all of that. The issue is people get defensive when people disingenuously evoke the black crime argument in an effort to imply a genetic explanation. And that's what they tend to get offended by. So if somebody comes up to me and they're like, hey, can we have a conversation about like 1350? I'm good. Yeah, sure. In fact, I've done it on the stream, and I love doing it on the stream. I have a great deal of, I have a tremendous amount of fun doing it because I have a lot of collected data on that particular issue. But if somebody just drops in and says like, 1350 and drops out, I know what they're implying, okay? They're just stating facts. Well, the factuality of a claim doesn't actually have anything to do with its implications or how offensive it is. Here's an example. Imagine you're on Twitter, okay? And you're watching a heated conversation between a white person and a black person, okay? They're arguing, it's not even like a race argument or whatever. They're just arguing over some dumb shit. And the white person posts a picture of the Klan standing in front of a burning cross, and they say, you know, 100 years ago, people like you probably would have been getting some of this. I mean, that's technically true. That is technically a factually correct. That's true. 100 years ago, if a black person was arguing fervently with a white person, yeah, that's about as good a reason as any for the Klan to lynch somebody, right? Or burn a fucking cross in their lawn. That's technically true. But let's not be children here. Let's not be fucking morons here. We know what the implication is, okay? They're not just stating a historical fact, you know, extigent any conceivable implication. They're implicitly making a threat. And likewise, when people throw the 1350 out, you know, like a little glitter bomb, they're not doing it to bring up a nuanced sociological conversation. Very often, they're just doing it to imply a genetic explanation. So, for those people, stay mad. Still no evidence. Sorry, century of data collecting. All your fucking heroes on skull shapes and IQ measurements turned out to be hacks, and all their data has been disproven post-mortem. Oh, must hurt. Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting sympathetic heartburn just imagining somebody unironically defending the genetic explanation for crime disparities between black and white people in light of the past century of evidence debunking every conceivable post hoc justification that racist white scholars have come up with. You can try and find data if you want. I've dug through all of it. So, you know, have fun with that. I want to focus on the people who actually care about 1350. Like the people, and I see a lot of this on TikTok. There are people who bring it up and genuinely seem to be using it as some kind of explanation for the disparities that we see in this country. Like, oh, well, of course police do that. Of course neighborhoods are like that. So let's talk about that. Why 1350? Why do black people commit so much crime? Well, it's a complicated and multivariate issue. One of the issues sociologists have with regards to studying this is that it's very difficult to find like populations. You see, the vast majority, and I mean the vast majority, of black violent crime takes place in very poor, very urban environments. The ghettos, the inner city. Very tenements stacked together, packed tight, very high levels of over-policing, high levels of gang criminality. This is where, yeah, sometimes these houses literally had lead paint in them, which we've been phasing out now, but the impacts of lead paint on people who live in those environments, especially during natal development and, you know, like early childhood, are astonishing. Really bad stuff. So with that being said, the issue is nobody's really going to understand why black people commit so much crime unless they're willing to acknowledge the fact that there can be a dozen or dozens of interconnected social and political conditions that can lead to a very severe disparity. This is why sociologists engage in something called multivariate regression analysis. It's one of the most useful mathematical tools people who do my sort of thing have, and I've totally forgotten how to do it, but I remember what it is. Multivariate regressive analysis is the statistical process of isolating the effects of a given variable in a complex environment, you know? So if you want to take a look at a big swath of data and you want to say, okay, well, how important was the person's height? Let's say we're looking at basketball stats, you know, like what is the relationship between performance and height? Well, we've got a bunch of other factors to correlate in there too, like weight, for example. Or what about like where they came from? Or like, what if we want to go even more specific? What about childhood nutrition? Can we get data on the childhood nutrition for all the people who have been playing in this particular like population of basketball players? Can we like pull from that and like isolate one variable from dozens of others? Well, the answer is we can, but it's really fucking hard. It's a very difficult thing to do, which is why you need to have a degree to do it. And since I forget, I guess you don't just need a degree, you need a degree and a good memory. But the point is, that's the process by which we try to figure out how these individual data points come together to bring about a given conclusion. So let's talk about black crime. Black crime in America, this is going to surprise you, used to be pretty much zero. The reason for that was because black people weren't citizens and couldn't commit crimes because they were slaves. Really difficult to commit. I'll tell you, hey, listen, if you want to address crime in this country, enslave all men. Whew! Listen, it sounds extreme, but consider the benefits. No, I'm kidding. But seriously, how much crime can you fucking commit when you're a slave? On it, like, you know, you're on a I was gonna say tight leash, but I think that might be a little on the nose. When slavery ended, you know, the Jim Crow era began, and now we live in an era of what is essentially apartheid in the United States of America, or at least something very similar to apartheid. Now, at that time, black crime was not particularly high, and the black crime that did exist was mostly crime of subsistence living. So I think we can acknowledge the difference between like a robbery and like stealing bread. Stuff like that, petty theft and interpersonal disputes, which are always a component of living in a society. Those tended to be like black crime back in the early Jim Crow era, the 1880s, the 1890s, and what have you. Now, no issue yet, right? Black people didn't really have the social power necessary to make any like criminal will manifest, but that changed back during the turn of the 20th century. We had the Great Migration, which, as those of you who did not sleep through history class might remember, was a migration of literally like millions of black people from the South to the North, because for aforementioned social reasons, a lot of black people were in the South, and for other aforementioned social reasons, a lot of them didn't like it. So they moved up north. There were a lot of jobs up north, and the factories that were being built up there, that's how it works. And when millions of very poor, very discriminated against people, Jim Crow era, we're not exactly post-racism yet, or ever, very specific sociological and criminological conditions tend to arise. Now, initially, when black people did the Great Migration and they moved up north, they lived in these run-down tenements. They lived essentially in the ghettos of, you know, of the turn of the 20th century North. And they shared those ghettos with the Irish and the Italians. Because the Irish and the Italians were in a very similar position, a historically discriminated against group, at least here in the United States of America, who came over en masse and ended up settling in the North for jobs. They were all shacked together in the same basic communities. Though it should be noted that even in those communities, the Irish and the Italians were still very okay being shitty to black people. It's not like they all just got along perfectly. And you know what happened back during the early 20th century? A massive, massive rise in criminality and gang violence on the part of the Italians and the Irish. I mean, I need not, perhaps the mafia, a household name, you know? I need not remind you. The issue is, when you're very poor, when you don't have a high employment rate, when you live in poorly regulated shit-ass tenements where you're constantly being beleaguered by the police, sometimes criminality is the way you get ahead in life. And it was around that time, and I forget the specific year, so I apologize for the roughness of my recollection here, that drugs were made illegal in the United States. I think it was it 19 like 13 or something like that? Here, hold on. I'm actually going to Google that because I'm curious. When was opium made illegal in US? The International Opium Convention, that was in 1935? Oh, that's no, that was when President Roosevelt hailed it. 10 years later, made it illegal to... There we go. The Harrison Narcotics Tax Act of 1914, the first major piece of U.S. legislation to control the sale and use of opiates, was passed. 10 years later, in the Anti-Heroin Act of 1924, Congress made it illegal to make, import, or sell heroin when it passed in the Anti-Heroin Act of 1924. So between that and prohibition, I mean, gods, we know about prohibition, right? The criminality of drug sales and drug manufacturing led to an explosion in the gang rate, the rate of like gang proliferation in the North, because people like alcohol, people like drugs. This is the exact same problem that we have today. Because shit like cocaine is illegal here in the States, but people still like cocaine, as it turns out, we have to get all of our shit from dealers, drug manufacturers that come from places like Mexico, which means we empower the cartels, or sometimes south of Mexico because they get run through from Southern America. And what that means is the only way to distribute those goods in the United States of America is for the dealers and for the cartels to distribute their drugs to local sellers who are capable of running an underground criminal network without getting caught by the police. Gangs. That was what they did. That's their job. The connection between gang proliferation and the illegality of contraband, of drugs, of alcohol, what have you, is substantial. But black criminality wasn't that high back then, at least with regards to gang violence, though black people, of course, had their same, domestics and interpersonal disputes as ever. This swell in black crime, this hadn't really happened yet. Anyway, time goes on, and prohibition ends, and, the mob gets a little disempowered, and we move westward more substantially, and there were gangs in the South and in the West, but back then, gangs didn't have the same intrinsic association with criminality that we understand them to today. I shit you not, and you can look this up if you want, but a gang back in, 1914 Los Angeles, they would have been called, the Billy Boy Gang, and their crime would have been leaning against the saloon and spitting. That would have been it. The gangs were, I swear to God, they were literally just hoodlums. I'm not joking. They were all the cool kids in the block, They had their zoots and their glasses, and they're like 15, yeah. I'm serious. Yeah, no, they were, because they were just young, discontented fucking kids. They were running, I don't know, fucking sugar pops from one end of town to another. But obviously, the gang proliferation up in the North, up where there were these very, very big, very dense cities with high concentrations of urban poor, those gangs were a lot more serious because, again, criminality and gang proliferation are heavily associated with certain social conditions. The Irish and the Italians didn't stay in the ghettos forever. Eventually, they were nominated by the Pope to be white. They got knighted, and they were made white. And the Irish and the Italians more or less integrated, or at least more substantively integrated, into American whiteness. There is a phenomenal book, whose name I don't remember, maybe you guys do, on the development of whiteness in the Irish and the Italian communities back during the 1930s and 40s and 50s. It's really, really fascinating. I read it in college, but essentially, when lefties say whiteness is exclusionary, this is kind of what they mean. Whiteness is like a tool that you can bequeath onto people. It's a status symbol when they aren't inconvenient to your social system. But the Irish and the Italian were, they were pretty deeply inconvenient at the time they all came off the boat, because they were a fuck ton of poor people who, at least in the case of the Italians, didn't speak English that well. And of course, nobody can understand the Irish, so the effect was functionally the same. But as they get involved more, as they, integrate more thoroughly into the American white culture, they get accepted into it. And who is left now to remain in the ghettos but the black people? Being left with what is essentially this cultural remnant of criminality and gang networking that they, as an ethnic group, now have a more or less complete holdover in those given communities. You see, it wasn't that the Irish and the Italian had a particular kink in their brain that made them develop the gangs back during the turn of the 20th century. It's that they had just enough social power and the poverty and the inner city poor, conditions that they could manifest into a network that they used for criminality, which enriched their communities tremendously. There's a reason why, people often loved, like, their mafia group. You guys know that stereotype, right? Like, all the Italians, they love the mafia, like back in the day. The reason for that was because the mafia made an explicit effort to protect the communities that they came from. That was their defense. They would make an active effort to enrich the communities they came from because that was their stock. That was where they pulled their people from. If you're an 18-year-old boy and you grow up in a poor, like, Irish, like, or Italian community, the mafia wants you to think, like, okay, well, I could go into baking or I could join the Don or something like that. You want to be thought of in high regard. That PR work, that social networking, is an essential component of managing, like, a gang network. You can't just be crazy and hateful all the time everywhere. If you do that, nobody's going to fucking support you. Civilians aren't going to keep you in their housing. People are going to rat on you. People are going to call the cops on you. You need to have a community that loves you. So the Irish and the Italian integrate a little bit more. World War II comes around. Fantastic time to better integrate yourself into Americana, The Irish and the Italians serve extensively in the armed forces, so too do Black Americans. And for what it's worth, Black Americans, again, at this time, their rate of crime was very well in line with what you would expect for people in their socioeconomic situation. It was by no means heavily disproportionate. Black Americans, ran off and actually got a little bit of clout. They clout chased in the war. And I can't necessarily blame them. I mean, it's a little bit more difficult, I think, to racially discriminate against people who have literally saved your life in battle. Of course, most of the regiments were segregated, but many of the black military units went on to receive very high honors for their performance. And when they came back home, they were not included in a lot of the benefits that World War II veterans got. So that sucks. Because the post-war economic boom for veterans was literally like they were literally like the building blocks for what would then become like the next 20 to 30 years of America. When we think of the boomers and the silent generation, when we think of everything, when we think of American suburbia, when we think of the American dream, all of that, the house, the white picket fence, the 2.5 kids, the dog, all of that comes from economic promises that were made to veterans after they came back from World War II. We built out suburbia. We gave these people educations. We gave them homes. And frankly, awesome. Great. The soldiers in World War II fought off fascists. Fuck yeah, give them houses. I don't care. Though I do hate suburbia. Still, great. But, yeah, if you want to go and look back over the numbers, there just weren't that many high to middle income black suburbs that were built back in the 1950s. Just not a super common thing that happened, unfortunately. So where are we at right now? We're in the 1950s. Due to policies like redlining, the majority of black people in this country, or at least a highly disproportionate amount, are still committed to these very high density, very low income urban areas. Whereas white people, many of them at least, were allowed to disperse into the newly created suburbia that stretched across the breadth of the American Great Plains, meaning that the disparity between which groups of people occupied which parts of the country grew even wider. Redlining in those cities was a process by which black people were cordoned off to certain neighborhoods, and those neighborhoods were not excellent neighborhoods. And as we roll back the 1940s, the 1950s, when I say Great Plains, I was being a little evocative there. Literally, the Great Plains today are not particularly densely populated. And as we roll into what is considered, I guess, to be like closer to the modern era, which is now when we actually have more accurate crime reporting stats, because we were shit at that 100 years ago. Find me some reliable data on criminality back in the 1910s. Like, thorough data? Find me, I promise you. Sociology is difficult, okay? Fucking historical bookkeeping is so important. And we start to see an uptick in the disproportionate rate of committed crime in the black community. As this data now starts to be tracked, we do see an uptick. And this uptick correlates with a number of other conditions. And at this point, I think we've exhausted our history lesson for the most part. So I'm just going to share with you some general facts, okay? When we're looking at homicides in the black community, 55% of those homicides are gang-related. For the white community, it's 4.7%. Now, I do not favor a genetic explanation for black criminality for a number of reasons, but I pose this to anyone who does. If black people are naturally disposed to more crime, why don't they just generally have across-the-board higher crime rates? Why is so much of their disproportionate criminality wrapped up into gangs, which are a specific sociological phenomenon that arises from very particular urban conditions? It's interesting. You would expect it to be a more ubiquitous across-the-board distribution, but instead it all seems to be pumped into a very, very specific type of crime. Who left but the blacks were to run the gangs in these inner cities? As other ethnic groups dispersed and left more or less just black people in these communities, as the United States continued, and then exacerbated with Nixon, the war on drugs, who but those communities were to take advantage of the economic and political power vacuum that had been left by redlining and by the flight of other ethnic groups? See, what we're talking about right now is just math. We're talking about an economic reality right now. If you have a country that likes drugs but doesn't let you sell them, criminals will sell them. Facts. This is just factual information. Well, who best to sell those drugs? Well, it's not just going to be random fucking people on the street. Do you think the cartels in Mexico are going to spend billions on the collection of drugs, and then they're going to go find Dave by the street corner? Like, hey, Dave, what's up? Good luck moving this cargo, buddy. Yoink! And then they go back across the border? No! They rely on pre-existing criminal networks. They rely on gang structures, because gangs already have an infrastructure which involves criminality, evading the police, distributing contraband under the eyes of the law. The setup is perfect. But if we have an environment where the only people to take advantage of this propensity towards drug distribution are black gangs, then what the fuck are we going to see happen? There's a reason why gangs act the way they do. The vast majority of black murders are black on black. And you know why they're killing each other? They're not killing each other because they're all like angry and violent. They're killing each other because they're coldly trying to maintain their turf so they can sell drugs unabated by other gang intervention so they can distribute that wealth back to their communities. Gangs aren't like, there's a very common perception amongst people, not even just racists, mind you, just people in general, that like gangs are like just like stupid, angry black guys, and they all like wear their pants down. They're criminal organizations. Some of these gangs run tens of millions of dollars of material, deftly avoiding police, managing their PR with the communities that they foster in, organizing people, recruiting people. These are highly organized ventures. These are, I think public media says a lot about this. I think like this is largely like a media distortion, because when we see inner city gangs in media, it's, for the most part, you know, it's usually just like some rowdy like young black guys who are just in it for like the clout or whatever, you know what I mean? Or sometimes they'll pay like some pretense to the idea like, oh yeah, well, my mom needs dialysis and I'm selling drugs to get her. And that happens, and that's true, but fuck me, dude. Do you really think all the drugs that run through America, through these gangs, this is being done by like a bunch of kids? These are being done by criminal organizations. These are being done by criminal organizations so expansive and so intelligently organized that they have not only managed to survive, but thrive in spite of over-policing of their communities and FBI involvement. These black-on-black murders aren't just a bunch of idiots holding their pant belts up while firing nines into a street. This is warfare. And we created the conditions for that warfare. We built them. We kept those ghettos the way they are. We enforced the redlining policies that have kept black people in those communities. And they're still in those communities, even though redlining is now illegal, ostensibly. And we pushed for the war on drugs, which Nixon specifically said, or Nixon's advisor claimed Nixon specifically said was in large part an attack on the black community. We created a boiling pot of sociological conditions which just basically guaranteed a given set of outcomes. So why 1350? Well, because poor people commit more crime, that accounts for a significant portion of the disparity, because a huge amount of that crime is being done by gang violence, which was pretty much an inevitable conclusion of a set of policies that we have pushed into action, sometimes knowingly, to disrupt the black community. That cuts off a huge amount of the violent crime that takes place because of poor educational funding, because our schools are funded by property taxes, and just so happens you don't get much in the way of property taxes from fucking Section 8 housing, which means people have lower education, which means they're less likely to get higher education, which means they're less likely to be able to find a good paying job, which means they're less likely to be able to support their family, which means they're probably going to turn to other things that can make them money, and very often in these communities, the only things that are going to make them that type of money is going to be gang involvement, because of the over-policing of these communities, which seems more interested in punitively throwing people behind bars than they are in addressing the underlying sociological conditions which led to this, because of the criminal justice system, which, as my document, and you all can access it if you click !doc in chat, or if you type that out, which irrevocably proves the fact, or irrefutably, sorry, proves the fact that the criminal justice system is unjustly biased against black people, both in forms of implicit bias and in the outcomes of pre-existing social conditions that they fail to account for. If you take all of these conditions, if you collect all of them, and you account for every single thing, what you will find, and this seems to be, I think, for the most part, the consensus of academia, is that black people, for all their criminality, are behaving pretty much exactly the way that you would expect people would given their conditions. And I ask you, because if there's a problem, this is because I'm a big boy, you know, I'm an adult. If there's a problem in our country, what do we focus on? Do we complain about it, or do we try to fix it? Do we just sit here and blithely assume that every crime committed in a black community is a post hoc justification for the conditions that they experience? Or do we work to fix the problem? It's my can-do American spirit, okay? That's what I care about. And there are potential solutions that can be thrown out here. Better educational investment, higher investment in contraceptions and education on contraceptions. Very, very good idea. All one needs to do is look at the Republican states that teach abstinence-only education to understand how well that pans out in terms of out-of-wedlock births, okay? We need to do a better job investing and developing and incentivizing certain welfare programs. Welfare is good. It has to be the right welfare, though. By the way, black crime and black single-parent household rates both rose when welfare was cut during the 1980s. So the common Republican talking point that welfare is incentivizing black people to just stay at home and be do-nothings is factually not the correct answer. It's just not true. It's just not borne out in the data. Sorry. What we need to do is we need to put the welfare there. We need to make sure it's good welfare, properly incentivized, and then we need to correlate it with a bunch of other forms of socioeconomic investment. And if we do that, and we should want to do that, I believe we can fix a long-standing racial disparity in this country. Can we fix everything? Of course not. No, life can never be that fair. But we can make an effort to improve things. It's so frustrating for me when people who will unironically tell me that black people should be responsible for their own problems will then say that schools are biased against men because women are starting to get higher college test scores. I've actually heard people repeat both of those positions in the same video or in the same conversation. Let me ask you something. If poor people in this country have a problem, whose responsibility is it to fix it? When black people have a problem in this country, whose responsibility is it to fix it? When women in this country have a problem, whose responsibility is it to fix it? The answer is all of us. We share the same country, and we work together to solve the problems we face. If you want to be purely Machiavellian about it, if you want to be just purely cynical, better investment in black communities would be a massive benefit to the U.S., not only because it would lead to fewer people in prison, which would mean less money spent in the criminal justice system, which would mean less overburdening of our court system, meaning that more cases could actually go to trial rather than just being plea bargained, would also mean less money being spent on police departments, would also mean literally millions more people who can, highly educated, highly trained people who can fill necessary work slots in our ever increasingly complex, service-driven economy. If you just want to talk about like hardline benefits that fix like things for everyone, there's no reason not to do this. Every dollar invested in social service programs in underfunded black neighborhoods puts back like $7 or $8 on average. We get like a 8 times investment return over time from these investments. It is a slam dunk. And this veiled like conservative counter argument, well, what happened to personal responsibility? Don't be a fucking idiot. Of course, black people should take personal responsibility. So should everyone. The difference is people in predictable conditions will make predictable outcomes. That's just how the world works. If we fix the conditions, we can fix the outcomes. It is that simple. This blasé default to, oh, well, what if they just fix their own problems, is a lazy way to avoid acknowledging the fact that there are things we can do to make this country materially better. It's just that simple. And I do believe that many of the people who cite this 1350 thing as though it's some kind of counter-argument are not themselves racist. They do not themselves have some sort of deep-seated bias against black people, and that's fine, and I respect that, and that's totally okay. And you know what? If you want to preach personal responsibility, go for it. But if we're talking about policy, if we're talking about actually fixing the country, tell me, what exactly does it do to say people should take more responsibility? Really think about that. Imagine you have the power to affect change. What does that do exactly? You're just sitting there. What should we do about the black community? Well, I think they should try harder. Nailed it. Really bringing us to the great beyond there, huh? But hey, if you want black people to exercise more personal responsibility, I don't even know what that means. It's such a nebulous qualifier. What does it mean to exercise? Can you find like a stat on that? I don't know what that means. If you want black people to exercise more personal responsibility, you know what correlates with better life decisions? Better education. So maybe we should work on that, huh? Wouldn't that be a nice first step? Be a little weird to say, hey, the black community should do this or should be more like this. And then somebody walks up to you and says, we can do that. We just need to do this really simple investment that we know will pay out in every other conceivable way and will only make the country better, and it will do the thing you want them to do. And you're like, no. No. No, I don't think so. A little weird. Bit of a weird departure there. I do think a lot of the people who do not otherwise commit to this position, I do believe a lot of these people believe there to be a genetic explanation. They just won't admit it. Not all of them, but I do think some of them believe this to be the case. But the old sociological adage does hold true. If it's genetic, prove it. And if it's environmental, we can fix it. And those are the only two routes to take. So, yeah. Why 1350? Because of the inexorable tide of history. A tide which we have the power to stop, but for the past century have not only failed to do so, but have actively contributed to. That's it. And by we, by the way, and I want to make this very clear, I mean America. And everyone in it, not white people. This has nothing to do with a race war. A lot of conservatives default to that too. Oh, you want to help black people? You want them to take money from white people. Nah, this is our country. It's all of our countries, okay? All right, we didn't. Nicely done. Way too much information for me to pack in my head. Jesus. All right, racism destroyed. Hold on. My God, it is so hot in here. Holy fuck. How we doing, folks? Oh, that went longer than I expected. 6,000 people! Hey guys, what's up? Man. With 6,000 people, it almost feels like a crime for me to go ahead and just read donations, knowing that I'll bleed some viewers. Oh, I did see some people in chat who are reading like crazy. Does anyone want to debate? I'm opening that up. I'm going to do donations. Don't read them? Maybe I shouldn't actually. Well, I've got this high of a viewership. You all care that much about 1350? If we have any people in the did I see the huge donation in YouTube chat? Oh no, I didn't. Oh, fuck yeah. Well, yeah, I'll go over everything soon. Debate JReg, you coward. So noted. Oh, you know what? We'll do one thing. Here, you know what? We'll do one thing, okay? Really quick. If there are any people who are interested in debating, just get in the Discord, because I saw some people mauling in chat. I don't even remember what they were saying exactly. It was just like a you know, indistinct hornet's nest buzzing. Yeah. So we'll see if that pans out. Hyena, let me know if anyone pops up, huh? Let me see if I can find that one TikTok response somebody did for me. Hold on. Is it possible to check your thingies on the thingy? God damn it. One of them was calling you a libtard. Nice. Guys, TikTok is terrible. The search feature is terrible. It's not me. You know what? I'll look. Oh, I actually found, oh, I didn't even mention this when I was going over the actual YouTube segment, but there was a section, I saw some data this morning. I was looking it up on my phone just to refresh my memory on some stuff. And there was a specific data point about how in given neighborhoods, like white and black neighborhoods of comparable status, if you address socioeconomic conditions, the criminality decreases proportionally in both neighborhoods. Meaning that like it really like is just sociological. It's just socioeconomics. You know what triggers the fuck out of me? I'm sorry, wait. You know what actually triggers the ever-loving shit out of me? When I say something like socioeconomics contributes to this or that. And then somebody else will respond, well, if you just control for income, actually, that doesn't explain the entire variance. What? What do you think socioeconomic means? If I said income, if I meant income, I would have said income. Socioeconomics is not just income. It's like 82 things. It's 82 factors. Okay? There are 82 socioeconomic factors. I will not name all of them. I'm very sorry. Okay, wait. I had to look up that one TikToker. The TikTok kid. The Zoomer boy. He was a Zoomer boy. She said, I want a Coomer boy. He didn't coom enough for her. Now he's a TikTok star. Do we even know that song anymore? Is that too old? I don't even know. All right, what are we looking at here? Oh, man. Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers plenty. All right, I'm ready. Here we go. Oh, this person's done 2 responses to me? What the fuck? Get off me. Here. Listen, this right here, this is why I can't fight the Zoomers on TikTok. I don't know how to do the green screen thing. How do you unmute? What the fuck? Was one of the most comprehensive studies on there we go. We did it. Implicit bias in employment ever done in the United States of America. The irrefutable fact that if you have names like Tyrone, LaQuisha, Chanel, like that kind of stuff, you know, you are much less likely to get a call back on your resume.
So the issue here is Vosh and other people interpreting the data is asserting that it's because of racism. They don't
get ready for the Ben Shapiro talking points.
Even consider the availability heuristic. Not only are blacks a much smaller portion of the population, but the names used are a much smaller portion of their names.
So the argument this kid is making is that traditionally black names are uncommon, and that uncommon names are massively disproportionately not responded to in resumes.
A higher portion of whites had the white names. Not only that, but a lot of blacks had the white names. What happens is people are more familiar with certain names. They may even know people with these names, so it makes them more open to them, rather than...
So his argument is that it's not a race thing, because people who are hiring are more likely to be more familiar with white names, so they don't trust black-sounding names, and it's not a race thing.
The names they're unfamiliar with and maybe can't even pronounce. And a foreign white person would probably have the exact same issue if they were from somewhere like Russia and had a name like Dmitry or Bogdan. So this just isn't a good way to prove systemic racism.
That would just mean there was also racism against Russian people. That would just mean there's also racism against them. Yeah, familiarity bias. Dude, I swear to God, I swear to fucking God, I could literally have a study where it showed, like, with all other factors accounted for, cops are 10 times as likely to shoot black people as white people. And then the person will be like, dude, you're making a fallacy by assuming this is about race. It could have been about skin color. Familiarity bias indicates that the white police officer is probably less familiar with black skin color and didn't trust them because they might be some kind of ash golem. So it's not a race thing. That was your failing here. Like, you could literally, like, you could press, like, you could do anything with that. Like, you can literally explain away any form of racial bias if you say it's familiarity bias, but then just associate familiarity with race without. Got someone to drink. Oh, nice. Fuck yeah. Yes, I'm not racist. I'm just prejudiced against black things. Okay, sorry. I will never learn how to pronounce Blythe properly. Blythe. It's gonna be Blythe from now on, you fucking imbeciles. We got a person to talk to? Hell yeah. I love talking to people. I'm a very social person. Shin Soo Hon. Okay, sure. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Not
Uh,
much. How
Get
about
in
you?
right away here about I want to read you a quote from Marcus Garvey here. Number one. Let's go ahead and start with that, okay?
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Really
whoa,
talk
whoa,
much
whoa,
about
whoa, whoa! Lay down your position first. We're hasty.
No.
Wait, you're not
No,
gonna
but I
wait.
need-
What's your position?
My position is that black separatism is the answer, my friend. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, good.
Black
I'm ready.
separatism.
I'm ready to reignite this arc. Get
Oh,
all the
yeah.
fucking black folk on Twitter mad at me again. All right, hit
Oh,
me
I'm
up.
ready for. I am ready for it.
Hit me up.
Let's talk about evolution of people like Kwame Ture. Heard about him?
No.
Never heard of Kwame Ture, aka what is his? Anyway, the guy who helped Martin Luther King in the civil rights movement,
What?
and then later to Africa, helped start the Pan-African movement. You know what I'm saying?
Why don't you educate me?
Yeah, sure. So Stokely Carmichael, that's his name. A lot of great speeches. I suggest you look this guy up.
Wait.
Amazing guy.
What's the argument?
Argument is that black separatism is reality.
Well, it's
That's
not
what I'm
because
saying.
we live in an integrated country, but
Now,
yeah, yeah,
for now we do.
yeah.
Now,
Uh-huh.
that's not going to exist in 20 to 25 years, my friend. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
Okay. You be realistic about it.
Why are you called Shin Sui Ho and you have like an Asian dude's picture? Are you Asian?
No, I'm not actually.
Oh, isn't that
I think
kind of
it's
like
just
yellow
funny.
face? Damn, are
No,
you
I actually just like Chinese martial arts.
are you
movies, that's all.
appropriating the racial struggle of another community?
No, I actually support China right now. So I mean, I'm just saying that's solidarity.
Oh, I support black people. Can I put on blackface?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Oh,
Well, Jolson did a lot for the black community as well. So I
would
mean, you
Garvey
could
say
argue
that's
that.
okay?
Probably not, but who cares?
Oh, whoa,
Reality
hey,
is that we have to make it work.
that's my perspective. I don't care what Garvey thinks.
You know, let me read a passage from Garvey here. This is about communism more specifically. If I can find it here. Here we go. Okay. We declared then, as we declare now, that the African should not allow himself to be absorbed by communism because ultimately communism in its treatment of Africans will be no better than the isms we have had since the African came in contact with European civilization. We declared then and still declare that communism among Africans was only an effort to line up another powerful minority group with other disconnected minority groups of the world, strengthen the hands of communists, smash the present order, out of which rise a universal communism that will be as dangerous to the peace of the world and oppressive to control as any other system that went before.
Okay, so what did that have to do with anything?
Just saying.
Wait, but I thought we established that we didn't care what Garvey thought.
No, we didn't. I actually just made a specific little point about that. You decide that for yourself. I didn't decide that.
No, wait. I thought you said you didn't care. You said I could do blackface, and then I said Garvey wouldn't like that, and you said I don't care.
Well, see, the thing is, my friend.
Who do you think
Is
you
that-
are stepping to the word of a black hero like Garvey?
The thing is, though, is that Marcus Garvey probably wouldn't have cared about what happened. That's what I'm saying.
All right, so why should black and white people be separate? Are you black?
No, I'm not actually.
May
I do support the idea of black separatism because, let me use another point here. I'm trying not to,
Wait,
as you like
I normally
to say,
don't make a point of this, but
Andy, this and that. Hold on,
as long as we're
hold on.
making racialized
All right,
arguments,
come
what
on, come on,
ethnicity
come
are
on,
you?
man.
Wait, I'm just curious.
man.
Wait, what ethnicity are you?
Italian.
Oh. Oh, okay, so you're black. All right, continue.
Exactly. So I do have a right to speak about it. Exactly. Well, let me talk about the nation of gods and earths. I'm trying not to.
I disconnected him. That was funny, but it's only funny for as long as it lasts. You have to preserve the comedic value. All right, that was good. I like that. That was fun. Uh. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he was a troll or anything like that. But you see, the issue is, it's not you can't actually know. It's not actually possible to know. Why did you disconnect? Because I'm pretty sure that guy was a troll and it was funny. I don't really get. What do you mean? I get a lot of wacky call-ins, dude. I get a lot of wacky people in there. Like if I give everyone like a full hearing, then it's not then the stream gets dragged down a little bit. Oh, I'll forgive all you. Listen, you can claim troll, okay, but when you're just spamming it in chat, it's super boring. Wait, that's not how you do it, isn't it? Wait, how do you do it? Wait, how do you do? Well, never mind. I forget how to do it. Slash forgive? No, it's not. Did they change the command? Huh. I don't really know. I don't know how anything works. We can take a look at a few more TikToks. They're so insubstantial, though. I don't know what to, like, say about them. I feel like, oh man, TikTok as a medium for political discourse is, like, really, really weird. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if I like being on the app. You know what I mean? It's your own website? It's, well, I mean, I pay for it, but when's the duo debate with Destiny? Oh, it's free! Oh, that's right. Free! That's right. Welcome back. Oh, that was a lot of people. My God. You're welcome back. There you go. There you go. Welcome back. It's not discourse, it's literally propaganda. Yeah, where is that? There are a bunch of Zoomers who are like clenching their cheeks, waiting for me to debate that Nick Videos kid, and it's really strange, you know? Like, I don't know what to... I don't know how seriously I'm supposed to take this. Here. I want to browse for a second. When we're done fucking around and I read donations, we have to talk. We have to talk about the Nazbol vortex. And we're coming down hard on Crystal Ball. We're coming down hard, okay? I'm getting scared for the future. That's why I'm in a grumpy mood. It's not the 1350 thing, okay? The Nazbol vortex is coming. It's coming, folks. It's coming. See. So is Cigar and Jetty a Nazbol? I mean, I don't know if he's a Nazbol, but he keeps retweeting Tucker Carlson, talks about populist working class conservative revolution in America, and talks about how economic populism and social conservatism is the future. I mean, I don't really know. It's Crystal Ball's a Nazbol. I think Crystal Ball is a class reductionist. I don't know if Crystal Ball is a Nazbol. Though she also spoke positively of Tucker. More like fucker, am I right? The funny thing is, like, the actual super disappointing thing is that Tucker Carlson isn't even a right-wing populist. Have you seen that Vox video on the guy? That Vox video, holy shit, was like revolutionary. Why Tucker Carlson pretends to hate elites. If I just played it, I'd get copyright striked. I want to see if I can find the segment, please.
Tucker Carlson likes to brand himself as a real man of the people.
Politicians, big business.
Pay your bill.
News jobs by an elite.
How do you pay your bills?
Well, I'm like extraordinarily loaded just from like money I, inherited.
You're a trust fund baby, are you not?
No, completely. I've never needed to work. I mean, it's all just the whole cable news thing. It was like a phase I was going through.
So what is going on here? Why would a guy...
Jesus Christ. And this guy sits in his show and just like complains about the elites, but then he also calls black people, or like Black Lives Matter, like a swarm. Can I find the... I want to find the quote here. The really funny quote. Oh, hey, Bastiat. Uh-oh, are you a Carlson fan? Are you a Tucker Cucker?
is every man, this kind of, he's not right-wing, he's a populist, fighting for you against the powers that be. And that's great as a shtick, but I'm just saying the moment that it's revealed not to be true, it's over, right? Because the whole thing is predicated on the fact that he is who he says he is. And just nobody is that person, especially not someone who makes $1 million, you know, many millions a year.
Man, there is a segment in this video, and again, I'm just afraid of copyright strike, because if I wasn't, I would just play this shit on loop. But there is a segment in this video where he says that he is at the beck and call of billionaires. He says it specifically. He just directly says, like, oh yeah, I'll do anything like my billionaire tells me to do. Yeah, 100%. Fuck, I wish I could find that one segment. It's so good. If anyone can find the timestamp on that, so I'm not, like, risking copyright strikes. Yeah, he's a trust fund kid. Yeah, he's super wealthy. Yeah, if anyone can find a timestamp for that, I would love to play it. Swanson TV dinners, yeah. What an unfortunate name. What are you gonna do, though? I think, guys, I think I have to do donations. Hey, if you're here and you're new, and I know statistically some of you have to be because you're, because of my viewership right now, stick around because donation reading, 631? 631, gotcha. Crowder addressed you in his most recent video. Hey, Ear Hoden, here's a plan, okay? If I click that link and he didn't address me, I permaban you. So if you want me to do that, then post the video again. Okay? If you're willing to take that bet, take a chance and break away, then we'll throw those dice, okay?
I think this is one of the largest pure redistributions from poor to rich in one bill we've ever seen.
But Tucker Swanson Carlson treated the whole thing like a big joke.
The left has had a full psychotic break.
Then he turned to the stories that really...
That's not it. 738? Oh, here it is. Here it is.
You're his bitch.
The hungry peasants in the village get angry.
They don't take it out on the party giving tax cuts to him or his multi-billionaire boss.
You're his bitch.
I'm 100% his bitch. Whatever Mr. Murdoch says, I do. I would be honored if he would cane me the way I cane my workers, my servants.
He's a phony.
Jesus Christ. Literally a cuck. And that goes to show you, by the way, that the power structure of authoritarianism, even the people up there, the link I did post it, okay? Even the people up at the absolute top are still absolute fucking bitches. When people imagine like an authoritarian society or whatever, you know, something like that, they tend to imagine like this is being pushed for by people who are like, want to be like super powerful themselves. But in reality, like, think of like Nazi Germany, for example. Everyone except Hitler was getting cucked by Hitler. Like, in an authoritarian society, it's not you being powerful over your minions, it's you being stepped on by the one person above you. There's always the bigger fish, unless you are literally the biggest fish, of which there can only be like one person, you know, in any given social structure. If you advocate for authoritarianism, what you need to do mathematically is take the number 1 and then divide it by the total population of your country. And if and that result, the resultant answer, will be the chance of you not getting cucked in an authoritarian society. So in America, it would be around 1 in 330 million. That'd be your chance. Which is, you know, a risky lottery, but if that's your game, I gotcha, hyena. The turbo cuckery. Imagine. We're gonna run through these donations, and we're gonna do it. Oh, we're gonna do it so good and so fast. It's amazing.
Okay, for kids watching, this is probably not for you.
Nice meme. Okay. Rancast, Billy Drill Kill, and Gayfresh, thank you so much for the $5. Likewise, Roach Boy and Rancast, really appreciate that. Alcoholics Anonymous, thanks to the 2-1 sub, and Arcanite Morganite with a very kind $20. Thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate it. Hi to you too, Ryancast. Yes, witty name. Black Sails does look hype. Charles Meme with the $20. I might take a look at Black Sails. Thank you so much. Vegan Anarchist Thought, thank you for the 666. What is your hot take on not clothed e-girls, but nude e-girls? If there is a nude e-girl, you have my permission to jerk off to them. And we have somehow crossed 6,000 people watching. That is actually insane. This is more than the average viewership of the Sam Cedar Show, the Majority Report. That is actually incredible. Thank you all so much for popping in. We're only getting started, baby. 1.5 years on YouTube. Let's go 1.5 more, okay? We're going to get 10K, 20K. We're going to have an infinite number of people watching. I don't know how we'll do it, but it's going to happen. Sake Tanuki, thank you so much for the $10. Oh, the Return of the Upper Din was an excellent game. Drunk Nihilism, thanks to the Tier 2 sub. Eligor, Poop Like a Samurai, and Mythaldu, thank you all very much for the Tier 1 subs. Likewise, Windleby Dazzler with $5. I sure am running through these quickly, but that is a necessity given what we are doing today. Arachnoid with the Tier 4 sub. I have not seen Scissor 7. I might give it a look. Eligor, Just a Yeehaw, and Mythaldu again with the Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Patrick Miller and Daniel Rathbun with the $5. Thank you. And with that, we're done with the donations from yesterday, and we can now run through the donations from today. I will run through them so hard and so fast you will not believe it, and it will arouse some of you, so please do be careful. And if you are a child, turn off the stream now. Access Audio with the incredibly generous $50. Thank you so much for the recommendations on research regarding the U.S. Revolutionary War and Gerald Horne's counter-revolution of 1776. I've already heard some interesting accounts on that, and I'd be more than happy to look at it even more. Americans sure do love their slaves. Snyderling with the incredibly generous $25. Repeated ban appeals for Discord. Ban handed out by Banned Mod. Heart, White Nervosa helpful, but unable to provide reason for ban or action to take. Snyderling. You're going to have to email me, comrade. I don't really manage Discord moderation, but if you email me, I will be sure to put a word in, okay? And take a look. I love and believe in you. Doggo, pineapple doesn't just not belong on pizza. It doesn't belong anywhere. Facts. Ackhat with the incredibly kind $50. Thank you very much for projecting your bourgeois self-hate onto me, comrade. I appreciate it immensely. That is very, very kind of you. Axis Audio, Red Repose, and Windleby Dazzler. Thank you all so much for the $5. Likewise with Atomic Crow. Has everyone seen the Nazi dog whistle done by the Trump advertisement campaign where they ran an ad with a Nazi symbol for Antifa and they ran it 88 times and there were 14 words in the first sentence? Now that's a nice meme right there. That's what I call a good meme. Reb Inspector and Gormfork, thank you all so much for the Tier 1 sub, and Wine for Kids, the Tier 2 sub. That one's even better. I'm kidding. I love you all equally. Ansep with the $5. This tweet thread on the Venezuela shit from last year has some bombshells and genuinely funny shit. I'll take a look at it, comrade. The John Bolton book, yes. I need to go over that. There might be some really funny memes in there. Ali Akai, thank you so goddamn much for the Tier 4 sub. I really, really, really appreciate it. And yeah, Cirrus also did a really good deep dive on 1350. I like talking about it, you know? Daniel Webster with the incredibly kind 10,000 rubles. Kremlin has authorized me to send you this for your efforts. Mr. Putin asked me to remind you that imperialism is only bad when America does it. For real, though, hope this finds you well. Stay safe, keep strong. I do stay safe, and I do keep strong. Thank you, Mr. Putin. As always, your gifts and your generosity, and the agents you send to deliver them. Always very appreciated. Always, always, always. Little Gecko, Spiral, Zan, and Mech Malazan. Thank you very much for the Tier 1 subs. Hidden Spices, Hosselboy, and Ben Riley with the $5. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Flemmy, thank you very, very much for the $10. You can do whatever you want, but voting is so easy that that's generally like the baseline level that I tend to argue for. Ben Riley with the $10. I agree. Statistics absolutely can be misleading. You know what they say, stats don't lie, but liars do use stats. Thank you very much. And High Progressive with a very kind $20. Crime stats have been weaponized to caricature black men as inherently violent by racists and eugenicists for a century. Look up Frederick L. Hoffman. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't know who Frederick L. Hoffman is, but I certainly agree with the hypothesis you are laying down there, 100%. Hydro Nation in YouTube chat wants to debate 1350. This would have been a little while ago. Hydro Nation, where you at? You having trouble getting in the Discord? I would love to debate some people on this. I'm feeling very spicy. It's warm in here. You know, people commit more crimes in hot weather, so I'm definitely feeling an increase to my virile masculine aggression right now. If you want to be the, you know, my sparring partner, then go on ahead. We also had somebody called Irish Zoomer who entered the Discord about 10 minutes ago, and in my experience, 98% of people who use Zoomer in their names are neo-Nazis. Unfortunately, due to Nick Fuentes, but true, Ben Riley. Possibly Seas of Cheese. Yeah, I mean, I usually see multivariate regression analysis being used in these studies, but like, all of them are useful. Oh my god, again? Oh no, okay. No, okay. The Daniel Webster 10,000 rubles donation came through twice. My goodness. You people. Oh, wait. Why is the Collins thing, why is the Collins things hidden? Hold on. Should not everyone be able to come in? There we go. Modeserve, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. Helicopter, thank you very much. Thomas Matzer with the $10. Debate an incel, please. I have many times before, and I'm always down to do it again. Depending on how sympathetic they are. Some incel types are extremely sympathetic people, you know. I only feel bad arguing with them. Tommy Jenkins, very, very true, comrade. Happy to provide you gym entertainment. Thanks to the $10. Huge peepee with the $5. I haven't seen the Watchmen show, but if I do watch it, I'll be sure to talk about it on stream. It just feels a little bit late at this point. Quad Loops, thanks to $10. Round on Steve with the $5. Can you explain how requiring voter ID laws directly restrict people from voting? More so, who does this disenfranchise? Was it North Carolina or South Carolina? You guys know what I'm talking about. What am I referring to right now? Wait, somebody just turned the permissions off again. Who's doing that? North Carolina, yeah. So, the state legislator for North Carolina specifically investigated which types of voting black people are most likely to engage in, and then they banned those types of voting, and then they found which types of ID black people are least likely to have, and then they specifically required those types of ID. The reason the Supreme Court struck it down was because they targeted black people with surgical precision, you know? Oh, is that the process? They have to contact you, Hyena? Like they have to DM you and that's how they get it started?
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers of plenty.
Because when I say, for example, when I say, oh my god. Geez, the one time I'm looking at my phone, right? When I say come in and get in the Voice Collins channel, and then the Voice Collins channel isn't open. Yeah, okay, well, then you never told me that. Okay, sure. Well, then you can get in the Discord and message Hyena, which I guess their current name is Antifa. You can message Antifa, and that's how you do it. You know, you have to let me know that. I have? No, you haven't. Shut up. Horrors Me, thanks to $2. Piss on Cops and Crimson with the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, patriotic for all the way, comrades. Best as one can do. Devs Chug with the very kind $20. Buy Persona 4 Golden on stream. No, I want to play Persona 5. I'll get a PS4 soon, okay? Maybe a PS5. But yes, I do want to play the Persona series, all right? Chairman of Russia and Dredge with the $2 respectively. Thank you very much. Likewise with Aiden Heron. I will never sing again, don't worry. Sanal with the $6. Happy to have saved you from becoming alt-right. Seriously, I really appreciate that. And Porridge with the $10. Vosham in Politics, 1100 right now. And we had to cite political, I assume you mean 110. We had to cite political agents in our recent paper, and I cited you. Hopefully my political teacher subscribes. Yeah, get the fucking professors in on me, okay? Get that viewership so people can fucking correct me every time I say shit. True Aiden here. Micah Gilbert, thanks to $2. And I think that's enough donation reading for now. I think we haven't quite caught up, but we're we're making a decent strive. Well, what I'm going to go on ahead and do is, once more, if you want to argue with me over whatever asinine shit you think is so important, then please feel free to go ahead and message Antifa on Discord. And you're going to have a moment to do that. Apparently we have someone who wants to debate, but you're going to have to wait a second, because I actually have to go pee. I'll be right back, okay? Around, fuckers. I do not run a professional news show. You know, we're rolling around to summer here in Washington, and I have to tell you, all the complaints I have in the past levied about how warm this room gets, they have never been more relevant than they are right now. I am positively losing it. I just scratched the back of my head and my hand came away wet. It is good to sweat it out a little bit, you know, but I feel like I might have to take another shower after all of this. Holy shit, gross. I'm just sweating. It's hot. It's just hot today. What do you want from me? Oh yeah, Katie Hopkins got kicked off Twitter. I don't know for how long, though. When are you getting the luxury AC? I'll get it soon, okay? Ooh, boy. Necro wants to come on and promote dictatorship despite being a lefty. Well, that's a novel position. My goodness. So how's everyone doing today? Can you make a TikTok or something about when the Nick debate is? Everyone in YouTube chat is constantly asking about it. It's the 26th. Jesus, I tweeted about you. Just you look at the Twitter. You look at the Twitter. Why? Look at Twitter. You fucking Zoomers. Jesus Christ. You got a 10K donation on YouTube? 10K rubles, which is still wonderful. Not denying it. Have you considered peeing before the stream? I pee before the stream, but I drink coffee before the stream as well, okay? This is an inevitable consequence of a very, very specific morning routine that maximizes my good vibes for stream, okay? All right? It's very important. I drink the coffee, all right? It's all coffee piss. Now, and I will admit, this is a failing on my part. I will admit this. If I was really serious, if I was truly serious about this, I would have a gamer bucket. I would have a gamer bucket. I would. Now, I don't, and that is my fault. Holy shit. Look at this. What the fuck? Moundsville is a population of 9,000 people, and there were 19 crimes there last year. I hate this country. How they got it for free? Yeah, there's a there are a lot of like deals that are done to distribute military equipment to police departments for free. It's not always free, but it often is. I think Lauren Southern is back. Really? I thought. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Hey,
oh no.
Hey everyone, it's been a minute, and wow, things have really gone off the rails since I've been gone.
The World Health Organization has declared coronavirus a global
We begin today with the US and Iran on the brink. Terrifying scale.
And healthy throughout all of this chaos. Now, it's been just over 1 year since I stepped away from social media. Some of you may not have even noticed that I was gone. I dropped Borderless, left a small note, and dipped. And I suppose because I was so vague, I really left room for people to impose their own narratives on my departure. A lot of things have been said about me since I left. Some far more slanderous than others, and I'm sure I'll address that at some point. However, I don't want to waste this video in particular mud wrestling with pigs, especially when you just get dirty and they just get happy. So instead, how about we talk about where I've actually been and what my actual motivation was for leaving politics? Well, firstly, I have some really exciting news that many of you had no idea about last year, which is that I was married and pregnant, and I just found out about my son right before the release of Borderless. I've always kept my cards close when it comes to my family because unfortunately, the modern political coliseum seems to have zero boundaries whatsoever or respect.
You inspired a terrorist attack that killed 50 people.
For for people's privacy, but I did decide to share a tiny bit this January on my Instagram just because it's something that has brought me so much joy and is such a blessing in these crazy times. It was pretty hard to not at least put a bit of it out there for you. But definitely it was a very special thing for me and an important thing for the first part of my son's life and his birth to be just for myself and just for my family. None of the social media or the world's eyes on it. That was just for us. Another thing I did was I took some time to get back into education and to nurture a more contemplative part of my soul and my faith and really recenter what was important in my life, like family, friendships, and community. It is definitely an interesting experiment to take a step back from the internet for at least a few months, see what's left of your life when you take away the social media, the internet fame, and the online tribes you're a part of.
Nothing. Online tribes.
Family was not the only reason I took a step back, although it was a main one. I planned to take an extended break from the internet and media for a while anyways, just to get my head out of the fishbowl and observe with a sober view the world that I was a part of. Toxic and it's bad for you. Shocking revelation. Probably the least shocking thing you have heard this year. Wow, the internet is toxic and it's bad for you. Shocking revelation, Lauren. Seriously though, I do want to be clear actually, that when I'm talking about this toxic culture, especially in politics, I am not talking about regular everyday conservatives or regular liberals. What I am talking about is the forever onliners, the people who have lost themselves to a character or entire personality composed of partisan talking points.
You inspired a terrorist attack that killed 50 people. These toxic people on Twitter always dragging me when I promote white nationalist conspiracy theories.
The extremists who can no longer see the humanity in their political opponents or even just other groups based on race or gender. The leaders of all these movements that are fighting over the last shreds of a dwindling social talking point market. And the cults that have...
Wait. Casual reminder that the Trump administration, everything they stand for, and all conservatives are all objectively evil or stupid, often both. Well, I do agree with that, but I would agree that is a fairly extreme statement.
Who can no longer see the humanity in their political opponents or even just other groups based on race or gender. The leaders of all these...
There are no good racists, no good misogynists, no good traitors, no good bigots, no good lackeys, no good Republicans.
Movements that are fighting over the last shreds of a dwindling social talking point market. And the cults that have seemingly formed where everyone views themselves as the hero in the story, whilst anyone on the other side is irredeemable scum. Then
Alright, okay. Okay, that was actually better than I thought it would be. I thought she would like, for the crazy left, it would be people saying like racism bad, and for the crazy right, it would be like people like doxing lefties or something. Like she would draw a false equivalency. But I think the left and the right comments she showed on Twitter there were about similar levels of like severity. So, okay.
Of course, there's just the 24-hour news cycle in general, which seems to make anyone involved just focus in on people's worst moments, their mental breakdowns and bad arguments like a shark searching for blood. We have entered an age where your worst 2 minutes will define you for the rest of your life, because that's what people want to click on. A world void of nuance. One where even serious political debate has just been substituted for partisan sneering and mockery. Argumentum ad critiquing this culture of entertainment and hot take politics. Issues are
so is this literally just like the centrist arc?
So down, these massive cultural issues have human stories to them, to every side of them. And too often we prefer to just ignore the humanity in the stories that don't quite fit with our narrative.
Does everyone remember when she just walked through France with like a webcam and the video had spooky music on it and it would slow down every time she walked by a brown person? And in the comments, it was in the video subheading, it was like, France is falling. Women are no longer wearing their hair in French braids. And nothing happened in the whole video. It was literally just her like filming brown people. I remember that one. Nobody's eating French toast. I didn't smell a single French fry platter on my walk through.
And you know, in my traveling and my on-the-ground work with Borderless, even just life experience over this last year, a big way that I've changed personally, and one of the best things I've learned, is to approach things with a sense of, I don't know everything. Because at no point in a well-functioning society should every single person, every single corporation, every single politician, beauty guru, appliance shop, and even your Xbox feel the need to put out a political statement for fear of the masses taking their silence as betrayal and socially or even financially ostracizing and destroying them. Compelled.
There we go. There it is. Hey, do you think Lauren Southern would have had an issue back post 9/11 when every single fucking company had their own little patriotic thing? Their own little, like, every single fucking company was all like, "Ooh, we stand with freedom and our troops." Remember that? Remember post 9/11 when the Iraq War began? Do you think she would have had an issue with that? I don't think so. I don't like it when corporations... Guys, hey, guys, guess what? It's a big, contentious environment right now. Corporations are going to do the BLM shit if they think it makes them more money. That's it. Morality doesn't come into it. If the corporations believe that they can leverage more income from appealing to that demographic, then they will do those things. That's it. It's that simple. And right now, 78% of the population either fully or partially supports the BLM protests. So that's a good decision to make. So it's that simple. Just free market economics, really.
Speech just never really ends well. Because what happens when that message isn't so kind? What happens when you create a culture like this and that message becomes one that is violent or oppressive and no one is allowed to question it and everyone is afraid of speaking up?
Everyone can question it. You're completely allowed to speak up. You know that in this environment, Trump is literally cracking down on free speech laws and breaking up like peaceful protests. If there's any group of people that's actually trying to make it dangerous to speak up, it is the President of the United States and his administration.
Let alone to even be silent on an issue. It's not like that people think I am, that I'm just curious for the truth without hate, and within the right as well. There are some issues there. I want to just genuinely look at the world, even if it bursts my bubble of what my preconceived notions may have been. Again. And I want to make some damn good ones. Because I've seen how valuable it has been for my own life, and how valuable it is for so many others. My eyes on any exact documentary yet, because there are at least a dozen I'm considering. Definitely what's going on in the States is a big one. However, I really want to invite you guys to be a part of the documentary making process as well, helping me narrow down and decide which documentary I'm going to make, seeing how the creation, filming, and editing occurs behind the scenes. Plus, this will really help finance the creation of these documentaries themselves. I often fill like 4 pots of water for an hour if you wanted to take a bath that week. And that was just how it went. You know, it's...
That last jump right there, that was a strange jump at the end right there. Let me see if there's any mask off shit in the comments.
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers of plenty.
True, Ackhat. Not actually true. It's not true. A documentary on the origins of Antifa. I'm trying to imagine a worse time than now for Southern to come out as an enlightened centrist. I deeply regret defending Southern in the past, but I did defend her. But now as we need to be taking a hard stand against the leftist takeover of Western culture, she wants centrist nuance? Get the fuck out of here. Communists have taken over everything and Lauren wants to nuance things. Go away, I'm so sick of this. Are you gonna dox conservatives again? Are you gonna forward their private information to Antifa again? Okay. Lauren chooses now to revive big brain centrism. Very nice. Now is not the time for centrism. This country is going to hell in a handbasket. We're not about understanding people. We're about saving nations. Our nations. I support Europeans protecting their European nations from external forces subverting and taking over. These people are in it. Disappointed in the message. We know there are two sides to every... You know what? Here's my new hard stance. I'm okay with Lauren Southern coming back as long as her being slightly less of a Nazi makes the Nazi audience mad. I'm totally okay with that. Just as a matter of pure spite. I want... If Lauren Southern... Hackcat, what the fuck? If Lauren Southern does a video where she's like, Antifa is bad, but they're not communist infiltrators trying to destroy America, and like the comment section loses their shit, I'm okay with it. We want to talk 80-20 incel shit? Hey, who wants to debate incel stuff? How does that sound, folks? I don't know, Vosh, honestly. Huh. Sounds like we've got an enlightened debate centrist. Oh man, there are a lot of people in the comment section who are really, really mad. All right, well, I'll take a peek. Instead of moving the incel up, you moved the entire channel up. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Cooler Master 70, what's up?
Holy shit.
What?
Hold up. Who is this?
This would be Vosh, the streamer.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I have to mute your YouTube video. So, I can't seem to hear you. Can you say something?
Yeah. Hello?
Hello, 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 hello. There you are.
There we go. We made it.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Hit me up. I've got some time for some contention. What's on your mind?
I love your voice. So,
thanks. I get paid a lot for
I live. I live in a first world country, which is Austria, which is like the first world country of first world countries, and we have kind of a bad history with Nazis.
Yeah.
We kind of were like super Nazis, but we kind of got away with it. And the thing is, Nazis did do one thing right, okay?
Oh, is a good start?
Alright.
Yeah, hit me up.
Always, okay. Which is the mother cross thing. I'm unfortunately not able to translate it very well. In German, it will be Mutterkreuz. If you have a bunch of children, of course, white, you get like a medal for this. All right.
Why is that a good thing though?
Well, I mean, you want to increase the population.
No.
Why not?
Isn't our global population like fine? I mean, like Africa and South East Asia still have to even out a bit, I think, but I mean, isn't it fine to just have like 2 kids per parent, more or less?
That's where the fun begins, okay? We have borders, all right? We shut all the countries off from each other, and they all do their own thing, okay? Of course, we do some social Darwinist stuff, which should be allowed.
Wait, okay, all right. Let's roll. So let's roll it back. First of all, what are you advocating for specifically right now?
Well, I'm advocating for a sort of peaceful, separate but equal in an international level.
Ethno states. Okay, why? Also, what does that have to do with incels or with the enough babies?
I know we kind of pivoted in that direction. We can go to incels if you want to, if that's what your audience wants.
I mean, well, listen. I'm cool with incel and ethno state stuff. What are they related in some way to you?
Nah, incels are not Caucasoid enough.
I'm sure there are fairly Caucasoid incels somewhere on Earth.
I don't know. But wait, where are we now? What are we going to discuss now?
I don't know. Wait, why do we want ethno states?
Why would we want ethno states? Okay, so mostly, I don't believe in this genetics thing. Okay, like there's really no difference. I looked into it. There's really not any difference in genetics that is significant. It is usually phenotype bullshit. Okay.
Okay.
But here's the problem. We unfortunately do not have the class consciousness necessary for people to look past beyond their phenotypes. Do you understand what I mean? Their looks, okay? I mean, it is clear that we are equal. Even if you look into it just a minute, you will understand this. But here's the thing. The problem is not genes. It is human tribalist behavior. And therefore, we should separate them so that they don't attack each other.
But they don't attack each other.
I mean, okay, you telling me that whites and blacks in all get along in America?
No, I'm saying that white people and black people in America, the violence they commit is usually in their own communities. There's not a race war going on in America. We actually have a really integrated country by most standards.
Of course, but there is still this conflict.
Yeah, but
Both groups kind of hate each other.
no, they don't. No, black people don't hate white people, and white people generally don't hate black people.
But there is still issues in countries where there is at least this tiny bit of diversity.
Sure, yeah, but I don't think we would help those issues by deporting millions of people and creating an ethno-state. Why
Now,
don't we
here's
just fix
the
the
fun
problems?
part. Here's the fun part, okay? We redraw like the maps. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, because of this ethno thing. Like, I don't believe in ethnicities, like race. Race doesn't exist. That's bullshit. But here's the thing. What does exist is human stupidity, okay? Humans are not going to go educate themselves about genes or race or any of that. What they are going to do is fall for propaganda and shape their political opinions via memes.
Yeah, but racism has been getting better over the past century.
What has been getting better?
At least here in America, racism has been getting better over the past century. I mean, things have gotten better. And even if they hadn't gotten better, like, that's not an excuse for literal ethno-states. I mean, whatever agitation you have a problem with now would be made infinitely worse by whatever social policies you're advocating for.
Okay, I want to quote a great scholar,
Sure.
Will Smith.
Okay.
Racism is not getting worse in this country, in America. When he says this country, racism is not getting worse. It is being filmed. Okay, racism will exist far in the future when we all fucked each other so much that we are one color. It will continuously exist. It will be either the color of our eyes or color of our hair or something. Okay?
I don't think tribalism is a necessary component of human behavior to the extent you seem to think it is.
Isn't it?
I don't think so. Not really. No. Racism has to be taught. There's always going to be an inherent in-group preference, but we decide the groups. I mean, the better we get at integrating people socially, the harder it is to form meaningful social distinctions.
So the way I saw it is wrong.
Well, I would hope so, yeah. The idea, like, racism is inevitable, just segregate everyone into their own countries is a pretty doomer way of looking at race relations.
What's a doomer? I honestly don't know. I heard the word...
A pessimistic person.
Oh, a doomer. Okay, yeah. Huh. Okay, that's a lot to unpack. Can we go to incels?
Sure, yeah, hit me up.
Insecure, okay. So, when you look at an incel, okay, this is clearly someone who is kind of a reject of society because of liberalism, okay?
Whoa, okay, we've assumed a couple of things here. Elliot Rodgers was like a rich college kid, and he was still an incel. I don't think liberalism rejected him. I think incel is just a term dudes who can't get laid ascribe to themselves to, like, project a victim narrative onto their experiences.
But do you think, in the positions about incels, do you think that there is any real validity?
Yeah, men have trouble getting laid these days. Young people in general are having a harder time finding relationships and sex. So it makes sense that would lead to some people getting, like, left out. But I don't think it validates their worldview. The black pill shit, pretty cancerous. Doesn't seem to fix anything.
Yeah, that's cringe. But I mean, there is this real societal issue that causes incels to exist. We agree.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you agree that it is safer to go back to something that worked previously instead of trying something new?
No.
Why?
Because it didn't work.
What do you mean? What it didn't work?
Because the previous gender dynamic was a highly authoritarian, like male, like pretty much owns the female. Well, between shotgun weddings and like dowries in our system, our planned marriages and the social expectation that women get married by like 22 or they're spinsters. This was like a very immoral system that caused a lot of suffering. Guys just don't remember that because it was mostly women who were suffering, so they don't really care.
Holy shit, that's true. Okay. Wow. Okay, wait. I gotta think about this for a second. So wait, but people are suffering now too.
Yeah, I just don't think the old system was any better. I think it was maybe a little bit better for men, but the new system, I think there are like ways we can fix it. Like for example, like the internet doesn't seem to be doing very good stuff to people's ability to socialize in person. People feel alienated from their workplaces. People aren't really getting involved in their communities. I think that fundamentally community events are like how you fuck, you know? Like a bunch of people, I know this because I see this in my community, a bunch of people right now are finding partners and getting mad dick from the rioters, from the protests. Because if you go out there and you meet people in your area that you share something in common with, and you're put in a position where you have to interact with these people in some sort of heightened state, this is like a prime environment for finding people, you know? I think that kind of stuff is good. It doesn't always need to be protests, of course, but if it was stuff like community works programs, then I think we'd have a lot more success with like finding people partners and stuff.
So you touched on something very interesting right now, the internet. Do you let's go to the internet and how this kind of influenced incels and relationships and all that stuff. Do you agree that it would be healthier for young people to not have access to pornography?
No, I don't think so. I think generally speaking, access to porn is a good thing. It's just the way porn exists right now is pretty damaging. We just need better porn.
Better porn, like where you have a where we have like 5 minute plot where a man goes to a woman and says, "Hey, let's have some consensual hooba booba," you know?
Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, 100%. I
So
mean,
that's
it'd be
what you
nice.
mean.
I mean, like most. I mean, that's part of it. Like maybe some porn that actually shows where the clitoris is would be nice. But I feel like most. I feel like most porn right now is basically just like rape, but like sexy rape. You know, like most porn videos, if
Yeah.
you look at them, are literally like the woman's like, "Oh wow, you're here. Oh my god, you can't. We can't do this." Oh, but then she ends up enjoying it like 30 seconds in
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
Maybe we could do a better job with that.
That's such a that's such a boner killer for me. Like
Consent?
I can't read hentai anymore. Like what the
Oh,
fuck is
cause the
that?
rape shit. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if you're someone who nearly got raped in their life, I mean, that's gonna really mess you up. Like I heard from other women who are like, I had these rape fantasies, but then boom, it clicked when someone nearly raped me, and there is some very few gems in hentai, you know, this famous website, where rape is not involved, where the hooba booba is very consensual and sometimes very sweet.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. I think if people have like if people have like a kink for non-consent or for rape, I think that's fine. I just think the issue is when it's treated as the default. Right now, and right now it kind of feels like it is, especially with the hentai shit. You're totally right. Hentai is so goddamn rapey. At least like IRL
Yeah.
porn is a little bit better, I think, with regards to that, because it's not as explicit with like the non-con stuff. But yeah, it's something we could definitely work on.
Yeah, sex is kind of overrated if you think about it.
True. Very true.
Like, I mean, when I talk with these fellow incels or out there, like they hate me because I'm trying to tell them, guys, what we should try to do is find meaningful relationships, not try to get laid. Like they always talk about sex. It's always sex that is somehow involved in their depression. Oh, I can't get laid. I can't get this. And I'm like, how about try getting a meaningful relationship with someone who is not necessarily a sexual partner?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean that's how you find partners. You make friends and then eventually one of those friends will want to fuck, and that's like step 2, I guess. Yeah, I think Because at the end of the day, a lot of the incel mentality is driven by the idea that there's a binary between happiness and unhappiness, and that binary like begins like at the hymen, basically. If you can fuck, like that's it, like you're in the good, you know, and if you can't, then you're fucking ruined. But in reality, there are lots of people who aren't that sexually successful, but still have really meaningful friendships, and it makes them happy. And there are people who fuck a ton of people, and it doesn't make them that happy. What's funny is they understand that because they have the whole cock carousel terminology, where women like needlessly
Yeah,
waste
I'm
their
aware
20s.
of it.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
exactly. But they don't like frame this as something that the women enjoy. It's just something they reflexively do. They recognize that sex on its own isn't like enough to make a person happy necessarily, but then they just kind of thirst after sex anyway.
And they hate really, they hate men who are successful with women, okay? But what they hate even more are incels, okay, who get laid. Like, I got the hooba booba after 1 year of being incel, okay? And they hated me for that, all right? I mean, that's so weird. Like, what other group is out there where they will force you out because you're successful with the, hooba booba?
Well, yeah, because it's
I mean,
not a
there are
support
religious
community.
groups.
Yeah, it's not
Even
meant to
religious
support
groups
people.
aren't
It's
like
meant
that.
to commiserate, you know? If everyone's miserable, the system works. But if people start to get laid, it shows that their worldview doesn't work, and that makes them upset.
Whoa, the chat is going crazy with hooba booba.
They'd like the hooba booba.
Yeah, I say, okay, maybe the people might be wondering why I say hooba booba. I'm very uncomfortable with using the original terminology for, sex. It kind of makes me uncomfortable to say that. So I say hooba booba. I mean, people get it.
Yes, they are very charmed by your language. In the interest of responsibility, I do have to talk about the Nazbol vortex. Do you have any final memes that you would like to share?
Oh my god, are we oh no, please don't leave me. The conversation is awesome. Wait, wait, Nazbols? Yeah, I kind of hate Nazbols now. Yeah,
Hey, me too. I got myself
Yeah,
all
I mean,
worked up about him before stream. I'm excited.
yeah, because when you think about this, Nazbols are so fucking stupid. I mean, having these conversations with them, the only Nazbol I know in real life has a serious alcohol problem, and if you ask around, I mean, these people are sad individuals.
Well,
Like,
unfortunately, the ones we're about to look at are, well, they might be sad and alcoholics. I'm genuinely not sure, but they are probably also very wealthy and successful. So we're going to have to contend with that.
yeah, yeah. I think, like, am I an incel if I wanna help incels, but also kind of agree with them? Am I an incel then? Because I do get the hooba booba every now and then, but am I an incel? I don't get it.
I mean,
Like,
it'd make you like an incel sympathizer, which I think I am to
okay,
an extent, because I think I do sympathize, you know, with the with some of the social prescriptions. I just think that a lot of the communities are basically hate groups.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, I want to help these degenerates, but I don't know how. Like, I'm like, their community is built on hating each other. Okay, they have to like, when you in the former Reddit forums, like they train each other to feel miserable. All right, like these Sui fuel. Okay, there's so many Sui fuel posts. You know what that is?
Yes, I'm very aware.
Yeah, there are so many of those. None of them ever try to help each other or uplift each other. Like, it's all about just bashing on each other. Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate you coming on to talk with me.
Oh yeah. I appreciate this discussion with you too. Hey, yo, should I become like a full-on socialist but drop the Nels bullshit?
Yeah, I think that would generally be my prescription.
Like, it's kind of contradictory, the whole Nas bullshit. This is why I kind of not comfortable with it. If some, I can't believe in something that is so contradictory. But I can also not think of a world where you can have a diverse population that can live with each other.
Hey, listen, I don't know how Austria is doing for you personally, but there are a lot of parts of America, extremely productive parts of America, that are very ethnically and racially integrated, with no like meaningful, friction between them. The police, I mean, are still
Right, they
fairly
have,
biased, but the actual
yeah,
population,
have good luck on your stream and so on. Make a ton of money. Get this libertarian socialist dream, make it true, and keep growing that beard and that cat of yours. Okay, I think I fell in love with it. I'm not a furry, okay, but still very nice.
I'll try my
Very
best,
nice.
comrade. Thank you for
Alright.
having us take the hoopa boop pill. Okay, be well.
Bye.
What a pleasant person. We got to run a little. We got to run a little faster there in that. We all took the hooba booba pill today. Oh man, you people. Duly noted, Parachute. Thank you so goddamn much for the very, very kind $20. Yeah, Lilith Levitt, don't worry, it'll be out. Thank you so much for the $20. Happy to talk about the 1350 shit. Hopefully you people listen. No, fucking no. Mountain of Madness, a Munch Mouth Music. Title Punk, Roller Girl, and Sheepish Wolf. Thank you all so much for the $5. I really, really, really appreciate them, comrade. He sounds like Huey Newton. Yeah, he did sound a little bit like Huey Newton, didn't he? Probably no more for now, Hyena. Oh, didn't Necro want to talk about authoritarianism? A tanky. All right, hold on. Kenshin with the $15. Fascists don't view crime rates as a social problem, just points on a racial scoreboard. Very, very true. Soak just Blackguard of the tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Did you ever say your overall thoughts on Hunter x Hunter? Yeah, it was phenomenal. I really, really, really liked it. Even though the first arc was kind of rough and juvenile, I really liked Hunter x Hunter. It was really fucking good. Yeah, especially the Chimera Ant arc, dude. Holy shit, so fucking good. I still rewatch the Meruem versus Neturo shit sometimes. Yeah, it's good ass shit. Frank, Piscirillo, thank you very, very much for the $20. Some tankies are trolls, but there are a lot of unironic ones out there. Very true, Marcus Aran. Akat with the incredibly kind $35. Fucker Carlson. Very true. An epic and based arena, my friend. Comrade Thalid and Little Gecko, thank you very much for the tier 1 subs. Same with you, Toe Sucker. What a wonderful name for a horrible kink. I'm very sorry, I'm not into it. Methalox and Zalazar, thank you very much for the $5. The fascist almost got me blackpilled. I'll save you, Zalazar. You just gotta watch and donate more. No, just watch. I don't care if you donate. I have not checked out Democratic Socialist Simulator. I can't play games just because they're like woke games, you know? I can't do that. That's an other people thing. I can't do that personally. Should we talk to Necro or do the Nazbols segment? Should we end with the Nazbols segment? What is this? Can you look at this data because you said something that just wasn't true before? What is this? Paradoxical decline. Another look at the relative reduction in female happiness. Yeah, women's happiness has declined significantly, but that doesn't mean that the stuff that was happening before was good. Wait, I never made the claim that women have gotten happier with time, only that the older system was worse to women. Could it not be possible that if we took the modern sociological conditions of 2020, but then also ascribed a highly traditionalist marital view onto women from that, that things would be worse? Everyone is getting more depressed, not just women. But there is a lot of really complicated data on this. Thalo, I'll look at that. It's true, though, that women have been made less happy with time. New Educated Yoke, thanks very much for the $5. True, Electria. Starting to think the Hill is a part of the alt-right pipeline. Me too, my dude. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. Cucker Tarlson's face expression is what I thought. Your donations are so fucking difficult to read. What I thought was a fart actually was a shart. Also, he wore a bow tie at 35 on national TV. Yeah, the bow tie is his thing. Isn't that like his thing? That's his thing. My God, you people. Literally Hitler, Aiden Noob, Rock, JB2D, and Dathio Rathbun. Thank you all very much for the donations and subscriptions, respectively. The Charler, I will be playing Persona 5. Don't you fucking worry about it. Diabolic Down Under, we are literally about to do a segment on Joe Rogan. Mr. M with the $10. Very, very happy that you have new mixing bowls. I'm sure they're wonderful. And Ackhat for the beginning of what is about to be a very, very generous series of donations with the $100. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Jesus Christ. Love from the people who will be in the guillotine. Hey, listen, comrade, you're buying yourself, what do they call them? What did the Catholic Church call them? A remittance? What was it? When you bought your way to heaven? What was it called? Indulgence. You're buying yourself an indulgence. That's right. Getting it up there. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. In fact, there's no way for me to really fully express my appreciation for your incredible kindness over these donations you're about to lend to me. So, if I fail to fully substantiate my appreciation, I do sincerely apologize. Knockits. Yeah, I want to learn more about like black fatherlessness. Steven Crowder is afraid of Sam Cedar. Very true. Should detectives be seen the same as regular cops and sheriffs? Nah. Detectives are normally put on more meaningful cases than the shit. Like, cops drive through shit neighborhoods and stare at black people all mean, you know? Detectives don't do that. I'm not saying there are no problems with or biases with detective work, but detectives are usually put on, like, more meaningful work, you know? On actual shit that has happened. Yeah, detectives are okay. We will have detectives in a socialist society, by the way. Just so you guys know, in a socialist society, like if a crime happens and it's like not easy to find out what happened, we're still gonna need to put a detective on it, you know?
Toss a coin to your streamer.
We'll need investigators. Yeah, sure, yeah, detective investigator. Again, you were just wrong. Premarital sex, premarital cohabitation, the risk of subsequent marriage dissolution amongst women. What is this? This is from 1995. What about this disproves what I said? Are you just like sending me random pieces of data about like women having sex? Like what is this? What claim is being challenged? Sean did a video about that study. I don't doubt it. I gotcha. All right, hold on. We got to talk to this memer, okay? We got to talk to this memer, finish donos, and then we got to do it. Necro, sup? They left. And I'll bring them back in. No escape from me. Necro! And they left. For me. I can follow you to this channel, Necro. There's nowhere I can't go.
You. I got you. Vosh, can you hear me?
I can. There's nowhere I can't go.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not scared of you.
That's good.
It's kind of weird watching you talking on the TV and not seeing your voice. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you where I was coming from.
Sure. Really quickly though, your mic is getting a lot of like rustling or blow. Is there something you can do to like get it off a fan or keep it from rustling against stuff?
Is this better?
It is better, but then you just exhaled and it got a bunch of. Do you have one of those microphones that it's on the earbuds? Like it's on the.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, hold it out in front of you, but slightly to the side of your mouth, so when you exhale, it doesn't blow onto the microphone, and you should sound just fine.
Can you hear me? Is this good?
Yep, it's perfect.
Oh, okay. So I'm new to your channel. I found you through Paul Deagle's debate that you had with him, or talk that you had with him.
Yeah.
And I'm an older stoner, uneducated, non-college educated guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been watching you, and you make some good points, but I don't know. It just kind of seems like your whole like socialism is a thing, and like post-capitalism and all that stuff, and it's got a lot of cracks.
Sure, hit me up.
You know,
point out a few cracks.
So,
I'll see if I can cement them up.
Well, post-capitalism is easier. People always have more things than other people. Somebody will own the trees or the metal or the things that people need or the flour, and then people will want it. And, you can't get rid of that. And people want money. It's just easier to have money than it is to trade everything.
We're gonna have to be a little more foundational than this. So, what type of post-capitalist society are we talking about? A market socialist society, or are we talking about one where everything has been decommodified? What stage are we in for this process?
The only way we can have a post-capitalist society is we have like Star Trek. What is it called? The post-scarcity, and that's never going to happen. So.
Okay, wait. So. Okay, so so one step at a time. If I, for example, if I was president or something, and I passed legislation that over time transitioned all existing businesses in this country into worker cooperatives, so there is no longer any private ownership of capital, do you think this is a fundamentally flawed system, or do you think this is an acceptable transition towards a better system?
That's 100% a flawed system because people are lazy, stupid, and they don't really care about the mundane things of what a company that they work for does. They just want to go to work and pull the levers, get paid, and then leave and do their fun things. Have sex, do drugs, go on vacations.
Wait. So your argument is that worker co-ops are a bad idea because the average worker would not do a good job voting on decision-making for the company.
Yeah, 100%. Just look at the fall of unions. I'm in a union.
This has nothing to do with unions. So why would people do that?
Well, just look at societies over the generations and the thousands of years, and you look at America today. Most people don't vote because they don't care.
Well, most people don't vote because they don't feel represented. In a worker co-op business, you are literally represented. You are structurally represented. And the evidence seems to indicate that workers not only have higher worker satisfaction, but work harder in worker co-ops because now they directly own a portion of the firm they're working at. When you give people a sense of investment in the projects they're working on, they're going to work harder. You can look at that if you look through all of human society. People don't work that hard if they don't actually have a stake in the thing that they're working on. But if they do have a stake, then damn, shit, hey, even if it's a lemonade stand, that's your lemonade stand.
Yeah, that works for 10, 15, maybe 50 people. You're getting into hundreds of people that, each own 0.1% of the company. They don't give a shit. Why would they care?
They seem to. They care because it's their workplace. And if the company does well, they do well. Wait, why do CEOs care?
Why do CEOs care if they make money? So that the board of investors don't kick them off and they don't lose their jobs.
Okay, but why do CEOs do work? Happy.
Why do CEOs get work?
Why do they do work? Why do CEOs do anything?
What? Because they like having power and they want to, I don't know.
Well, yeah, well,
CEO.
maybe
I'm just a person.
Maybe average workers also like a little bit of power. They like having a little bit of power over their workplace.
Yeah, but I work in a butcher shop. I have power over my workspace. I can see how it looks. I can clean it. I can have I'm not allowed to have everything. I can't listen to music, and I can't wear my headphones or watch TV while I'm working.
Okay, so what if you were collectively an owner of that business? You could vote to change those rules. Those rules are imposed on workers by management. What if you guys collectively agreed, hey, it doesn't actually hurt anyone to have a TV playing in there. It doesn't actually affect anything. It doesn't hurt business. Let's have a TV in there. Maybe we could have more stringent breaks or lunch policies. And hey, you work that place. Your boss doesn't work that place, that butcher stand. That's your work. You know that better than anyone else. Why shouldn't you have a greater degree of control over how to manage your workstation?
Well, I wouldn't be able to have that for the simple fact that there's Jimbo that works next to me that's an idiot and will if you put a shiny thing in front of him, it'll lose his attention for 3 hours and he won't get any work done.
Do you actually work with a person named Jimbo whose attention gets lost for 3 hours every time a shiny thing is put next to him?
No, his name is Dave, actually. So, yes, I actually work with people like this. I've been working class my whole life. I'm 40 years old. I've been working 20 years. I've met a lot of people. I've worked a lot of different jobs, different colors, different races, different backgrounds. It's all the same. They all just want to get their work done and they want to go home. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, because there's no reason for them to care about their workplace. I've worked before.
Well,
You think I give a fuck about the place I work at? When I'm getting paid fucking $10 an hour, I don't give a single shit about the place that I work at. Why the fuck would I? What's my incentive to care? I'm just there to make more money for my boss than I get, and then I dip.
Okay, and then and if it's a worker co-op, you really think that mentality is going to stay longer than the first generation of employees?
The data seems to indicate that it does. Yes, for co-ops that have existed for decades. Yeah, yeah, of course, because you're invested.
I haven't seen any of that.
Have you worked in a worker co-op?
I have not worked in a worker co-op.
Well, then you wouldn't. Then of course you haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. Yeah. Well, people in worker co-ops tend to care more. I guarantee you that Jimbo or Dave or whatever, who you work with, even if they're kind of an idiot, and there are idiots, if you two were able to say like, hey, you know, we work this stand, I think it'd be better if we could do this, if you could argue, negotiate with him, maybe navigate like that political scene a little bit to make your workplace a little more for you. I mean, that'd probably be pretty good, I think. It's not like he's going to change the rules to fuck it up in some way. Like, he's not going to make things work worse for both of you through sheer stupidity.
No, but the fact is that he don't give a shit. And people don't give a shit. That's my main point. And you're being like, no, they care. No, they don't.
No, the shit giving happens if they own.
We care. Me and you care. We vote locally.
No, I don't. Well, I don't give a fuck about the place I work at. I care about my current job because I own it. Like I own my channel now.
We care about things bigger than ourselves. You know.
Yeah, everyone.
Most people don't. Most people don't. Most people just care about
family,
themselves.
country, race. Sometimes, like all that stuff. Like everyone cares about stuff. And if they don't care, if there are people who don't care about stuff, then, I mean, give them a reason to care.
I think that goes against nature. I think that goes against human nature, though.
It's against human nature to care about... Wait. Human nature is us working collectively in tribes where everyone had complete control over their role in that tribe. Human nature is my argument, that we're actually better. It's what Marx called species being. The idea that we have that every animal relates to its environment in a given way that makes it happier, like it's core to its existence. And for humans, it's creatively controlling our environment. We can't do that under typical capitalism.
That's great that you quoted some dead guy who hasn't been around since, like, I don't know.
I'm just responding to your appeal to human nature. The human nature argument helps me because humans before civilization worked collectively to projects that they had creative control over.
Yeah, under the leadership of like a chieftain or like a head of the tribe that delegated people to that task. Not everybody wanted to do what they wanted to do, you know.
Well, that's first of all, if you have like data on like tribal chief like work distribution, I'd be interested in seeing it. But even in a worker co-op, there are still managers. I'm not saying there aren't leaders. I'm just saying that you have creative control over whatever project you're working on. You have a right to vote on it. You have an investment. You get a return for whatever it is you're working on.
And what's to stop people? People don't care now. Why are they going to care later in this magical scenario?
It's not magical. The data agrees with me. It's because they have an investment now. They care because now they have an investment. They've been given a reason to care.
Is it United States data, or is it a more homogenized society?
What do you mean homogenized society?
Most of the rest of the world, because the United States is very different culturally, racially, religiously. Where I don't think the United States is a sustainable country. You know, we're too big. We're too different.
Wait.
I live in.
Wait. We're geography-wise, we're smaller than Russia. Population-wise, we're smaller than China, India.
I have an argument for this. Russia is big land-wise, but most of their badlands is out in the tundra or whatever by whatever that country is. I don't know.
Are you an ethno-state?
No. I don't feel like the country needs to be broken up into ethno-states.
But you literally just said that cultural diversity, and we know like you mean ethnic diversity to an extent.
No, I do not, because I am not a white supremacist. I'm a super lefty.
Okay, but when you said from more homogeneous societies, like culture and ethnicity correspond pretty heavily. The cultural diversity in our country is pretty much like ethnic diversity for the most part.
If we break up the country in a couple thousand years, we will have a more singular culture in each section. Like,
Wait,
I
I
live
don't
in the
want a
Northeast.
singular culture, dude. The multiculturalism of America is sick as hell. That's like my favorite part of this shitty country. The fact that I can go out into a city street in Seattle or Los Angeles or New York, and I can do a 360 on my heel and see like a dozen different restaurants from different cultures, people of different kinds and creeds with different stories to tell. Yeah, that's like so much better. I don't want to go back to living in, I don't want to like go to the Midwest and just like, oh yeah, this whole town, it was all Germans, came 1843, and that's pretty much it. And that's it. That's the whole community, you know?
No, I understand. I don't disagree with that. Like I was going to say, I live in the East Coast. I live in New York, so one of the most diverse places in the world. But say like I took like everything from like Maine down to like Pennsylvania, and that just became one country. We would have a shared culture.
Wait, Maine,
and it would be
Maine and Pennsylvania. I promise you, there are 1,000 different cultures on the East Coast between Maine and Pennsylvania.
Yes, but if we have this is not like we break up the country and then like in a generation we have like our own cultures. I mean like over hundreds, like thousands of generations.
Why? But why would we do it? Why?
Because look at the European model. Look at what happened with the European after the Roman Empire fell and they broke. And
wait. That's not comparable. After the Roman Empire fell, what does that have to do with breaking a country up for cultural reasons? That was 1,000 years ago.
I didn't say for cultural reasons. But breaking up the country is because it's too hard to govern a giant country with such massive differences between white people. Like, if you just want to stick to, I'm not for an ethno state. I do not want to kick all of the brown and black people out of the East Coast. I want to take them in, and I'm Italian, so I don't understand being prejudiced as to or whatever. But like I'm a big history buff, so I've looked into like the migration of the Italians and the Irish, and I want to read that book. I really want you to find the name of that book or post it somewhere. I want to read that. That sounds cool.
Yeah, but why? Like small countries still have plenty of problems governing themselves. I mean, if you look at like tiny little Central and South American nations, like these governments are still like very tumultuous, you know? I don't think the size of a country matters that much anymore. It might have mattered back in the days of the Roman Empire, because if the eastern end of the Roman Empire got invaded, it would literally take 2 months to get that information to the western end. Like, if the eastmost edge of the Holy Roman Empire was attacked, like Rome didn't hear about it for ages. But now, through modern telecommunications, distance doesn't seem to matter that much when it comes to like the extent to which large bodies of land can be controlled collectively.
Yes, I understand that, and that's what people think. Oh, the internet, it's going to bring everybody together. It's fucking bullshit. Look what happened to Bernie Sanders. It's just like a large. It's just the internet is filled with a bunch of loud minorities. Like, I'm a big wrestling fan, and like we've been screaming on the internet since it was invented, and it's still a minority. What we want and what we like and what we talk about is not what makes.
Hello? You cut out. Uh-oh.
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers aplenty.
Oh man, they're actually like, they're still there, just their connection is really Well, I was kind of interested in that conversation, so I'm not going to give up on it, but I guess while I'm waiting for their connection to fix, I'll read some donos. Very true, Peter Kropotkin. Miss Happy, Die Happy. I cannot recommend any non-tanky MLs, I don't think. Maybe Zix Easy? Too similar to Animo. Thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Thoughts on Nestor? I don't know who that is. Ferdev's Yoldasheb. Steven Crowder infuriates me, but maybe I'll go over it soon. Gotcha, Rebecca Dueck. Ackhat with the incredibly kind $100. The fucker. Very true. Carl. Cucker fucker. Carlson. Cucker fucker. Tucker. Carl. Fucker. Carlson. Tucker. True. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. I mean, you just pop the fuck off through these donos. Jesus Christ. Each of these following donos is for $50. My dude, I promise you, Akat, you have already purchased the indulgence, okay? You are already going to Lefty Heaven. The first one is Brown People Bad. That one looks a little bad out of context, but in context, I remember it being worthwhile. And then, additionally, out of context, it doesn't sound that good. How dare you not hate the Jews? Like I said, it's in context, it was relevant, specifically to what we were talking about. You know, it made sense in its own way. And then take this libcuck, more agreeable. And I will take this. Thank you. I appreciate it. Much as I'm not a lib. And then once more, me super rich. Hibernians are to blame. Is that true? Do you do like investment with Irish people or something like that? Well, I respect. Thank you for enriching my people, laddie. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Debate me, bitch. Maybe, but probably not today. I'm running over time anyway. I love you. And then trying not to be rich and fucking Irish people. Very, very true, comrade. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. It does read as a bit of a smorgasbord of impossible, you know, and incomprehensible donations run up next to each other. But, you know, I loved every second of it. Thank you so much. Your, you know, indulgence is purchased. Why bother debating Nick? He's pretty fringe, right? Nah, Nick has like 500,000 followers on TikTok. And I don't think he's like crazy far right or anything like that. Happy to provide, Alex. Happy to provide. What attack did she inspire? Lauren, the Christchurch shooter specifically said that he was inspired by the Great Migration Conspiracy Theory, or the Great Replacement Conspiracy Theory, which was the name of a Lauren Southern video where she outlined the conspiracy theory. She was the propagator of that idea. I thought she was a libertarian. All Nazis are libertarians. Very true, DevShug. Thank you, Zenus Nassar. Colby W. with the incredibly kind $20. Have we heard a police chief mention 1350? If not, how long till one does, Lowell? Also, I got a feeling that the bad apples will become police Proud Boys. Oh, 100%. The police and the Proud Boys love getting along. But I would be willing to bet that in all likelihood, police chiefs have been saying variations on 1350 for a really long time. Also, guys, stop donating. I'll actually unironically turn off donation notifications for the rest of the stream. You've donated enough. I've made enough money. I don't need more money. You don't need to donate anymore, okay? I have enough money. I don't need infinite money, okay? Oh, that's a shame. It looks like the person left the Discord call. Necro, I enjoyed talking with you. If Necro pops back in the Discord, please everyone make sure to let them know that. But in the meantime, I think I have to do the Nazbols segment. I think that's what comes next. Can always follow up later. Such is life.
Oh fuck! I misclicked. Sorry.
That was Flevier. Goodbye, Flevier. Oh no. Ooh wah. Hackhat with the $25, trying not to be guillotined. I hope this works. Yeah, like I said, you have very much purchased your indulgence. I love the Hooba Booba too, little gecko. Thank you, Monster Bro. I feel cute today. Thanks for debate the Austrian dude more often. He is hilarious. Yeah, it was a pleasant conversation. Can you look at the camera and say, hey, TikTok, duet this if you support trans rights, then do a thumbs up or something? Oh my God. Guys, I saw on TikTok somebody made a petition to get me to say good girl on stream, and it was being duetted by like 14-year-olds dancing in front of it. I respect it. I respect it. I respect the thirst. Forceful Hooba Booba, not based. Very true, Akat. Thank you so much for the $25. Everyone just donated a bunch of Hooba Booba jokes. Can we talk about gun rights? Probably not right now. We got to do the Nazbols stuff. We're so behind. We are so behind. Jesus Christ. We talk about Crowder? No! Shut up.
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers aplenty.
Fuck you. Jesus Christ. When you guys do this, you know this means in future streams I'm going to have to read fewer donations. Whatever. Can we talk about cat girls instead of Nazbols? No. It's time, folks. It's time. Not a moment to waste. There's a rumor circulating the internet right now that I am a socialist. True. And as a socialist and as a progressive, I care very much about reducing unfair hierarchy. That's my gist, you know? Why do I like socialism? Well, it seems to make people's lives better, at least in my opinion, you know? Obviously, some people disagree, but one thing I think we can all agree on, or at least I hope people would agree on, is that my desire to implement socialism is genuinely motivated from a desire to make the relationships between workers and their work better. And for the exact same reason, I am also a progressive. Because I feel the same way about fucking black people and trans people and shit, you know? What's the point of supporting a movement to make, you know, workers' lives better if we don't do the same with other groups, you know? It never really made much sense to me. I feel like socialism as a concept just always was inexorably linked with progressivism as a concept. But I've been having myself a little bit of a worry lately. It's a worry I like to call the Nazbol vortex. Strasserism is a political doctrine named after, well, Strasser, who was a prominent figure in Hitler's Nazi party before he got yeeted rather aggressively, along with all the people who followed him. Essentially, he was a Nazi socialist. We call these people rather derivatively Nazbols now. So what did he want? White ethno-state, the genocide of the non-white people, you know, women in their place, but for the Aryan workers to rise up and claim their just place as the rulers of this autocratic and capitalist society. I mean, yeah, Hyena, yeah. I can talk to Necro later, though, maybe after. And it seems a little contrary to me to be so, you know, concerned with one group of marginalized people, but very aggressively not concerned with another group. Unfortunately, I have a feeling we're going to be running into these Nazbols again very, very soon. Fascism has always been a recurring political force in the United States of America. You know, until Nazi Germany and America got, you know, uppity with each other, there were a lot of Americans who supported Adolf Hitler. Some of those Americans are still alive today, you know? Really wasn't that long ago, historically speaking, though thankfully and miraculously many of them are, you know, dying off now. But the issue is fascism never really worked all that well with regards to populist sentiment in this country. Not that well. Because we do ostensibly have in this country a democracy. And even the most fanatically far-right people in this country who have ever managed to get any public appeal, these people adulate our democracy. That's the difference a lot of people don't recognize, you know. In Nazi Germany, the brown shirts who were running around were very open, fuck democracy. We need autocracy. We need a supreme leader to take control of this degenerate society and wrangle it back to its former glory, you know? But even the far-right conservatives in this country, dishonest as they often were, they would still promote conservatism, a democracy, at least nominally. And for that reason, fascism has always been, at least as an economic doctrine, a little bit hamstrung here in the good old US of A. But unfortunately, fascism is idiosyncratic. It pulls from many different sources. It's very malleable, you know, it's very unprincipled. Fascism can take many forms. And I've been seeing a disturbing trend over the past decade for the popularity of fascism to shift from the adulation of class collaboration and business state working together, which was the traditional metric of fascism, to far-right pro-worker populism that was extremely anti-immigration, extremely xenophobic, extremely racially segregated. I've seen this a lot online. Some of the most popular neo-Nazis on YouTube or elsewhere online have been promoting this "I'm the real socialist" jargon, you know? Even people like Nick Fuentes, who is not a Nazbol, has said, and I swear, I swear I'm almost quoting him directly here. He said something along the lines of, well, yeah, and you know, I don't really care that much about this. I've heard some people talking about this socialism thing, you know, white socialism. I don't really care that much if it's, you know, about the socialists, if that's what they want, as long as we are able to, you know, as long as this country is for the right people. I think that's more or less a quote. The people who are following him seem to agree. Just funny because these people, at least in their far-right rallies, still do shit-talk communists as a sort of broad pejorative, but the fact remains that the idiosyncrasies of fascism seem to be lending themselves more and more to the idea that far-right pro-worker populism is an increasingly effective way of getting an idea across. Exhibit A. Somebody we talked about earlier. Tucker Carlson. God damn it, New York Times. Tucker Carlson is... You kidding me? Okay, just look at the headline then. We're just looking at the headline. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is basically a white nationalist. There's a lot of variance, you know. As a host of Fox News, he's not exactly able to just go on there and stand on his desk and pull his pants down and shit on like a little carved soap figurine of a black person. But I'm banning everyone who said you block. I hate all of you. Oh, it was only one person? Wait. Okay, it was two whole people. There we go. Fuck them. The issue is, Tucker Carlson is super popular. Tucker Carlson is insanely popular. And he gets popular for the type of far-right populism that you sometimes can mistake for pro-socialist, anti-corporate populism. Holy shit, the children outside are literally fucking screaming. I am so distracted right now. They're literally just screaming. They're literally just screeching. Like they're not even saying or doing anything. I hate them so much. Can barely hear it. I don't care. I hate them. I despise them. You know what? This was way too lengthy of an opening anyway. This was way too lengthy. Why did I talk about all this? I'm trying to... First we begin with a dissertation on Strasserism. Fuck this. This is a stupid opening. I can't if those kids are screaming. I'm muting. I'm gonna do something.
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers of plenty.
Fucking kids. All right, I didn't do anything. Don't worry about it. Jesus Christ. We're doing a new start. Fuck it. We're doing it. We're reshooting. We're reshooting. Okay? Tucker Carlson. Have you heard of this guy? I sure have. In our increasingly populist political landscape in this country, I swear to fuck I hear about Tucker Carlson all the goddamn time. And unfortunately, very often I'm hearing about Tucker Carlson from lefties. This is very frustrating for me. Tucker Carlson is a fake far-right populist. If you're interested in knowing how cucked he is by billionaires, then go watch the Vox documentary on why he pretends to hate big corporations. Please, it's so fucking good. It's excellent, okay? Go ahead, go check that out. Okay, all right? However, one of the big issues is that Tucker Carlson's form of far-right populism is very much inspired by the blue Democrat, like, pro-union working rhetoric, where Tucker Carlson will go on there and talk about how big corporations are fucking over workers and, you know, they evade corporate responsibility while they profiteer off the suffering of the masses and what have you. That... Now that shit sounds really compelling to lefties, you know? They'll be like, wow, Tucker Carlson, a Fox News host, is talking about corporate greed? Wowie! This is our opportunity. We should start to build a coalition with other worker-conscious people. Okay. The issue is, Tucker Carlson is basically a white nationalist. Again, I don't want to waste my fucking time going over logs here or anything, but this dude right now, as I'm speaking, right now, is on his show talking about how BLM is trying to start a race war and how this isn't about race, this is about attacking us and we need to defend ourselves. He defends like this race war rhetoric very frequently. He is 100% a white nationalist. He's probably one of the most openly white supremacist people on the entire platform, which is pretty impressive, all things considered. So the problem is, not only is Tucker Carlson a white nationalist, or at the very least espouses white nationalist rhetoric, but his populism is fake. He's a Murdoch baby, literally. They said that in a quote. Somebody said, "You're Murdoch's bitch," and Tucker was like, oh yeah, I would be honored to be caned by Mr. Murdoch. I do whatever he tells me to." Not exactly the language of a pro-worker populist there, is it? More a person who can profit off pro-worker populism. And while I expect that degree of mindless stupidity from the average fucking Fox News viewer, I would trust lefties a little bit more when it comes to literally propagating the fake populist sentiment of a far-right commentator who is only capitalizing on the populist interests of their audience. I would expect lefties to be a little fucking better about that. My concern, and this is something I've been seeing a lot lately, is that we're headed towards the Nazbol vortex, that there are lefties who are growing more and more comfortable with class reductionism, who are more and more comfortable abandoning progressive social causes as long as it means pushing for the workers' interests. What this inherently means, what this inexorably, suggests, is that these people believe that class solidarity and racial solidarity are either mutually exclusive or more difficult to pursue at the same time. And I could not possibly disagree more. Holy shit, that is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Are you fucking kidding me? Every single major Black liberation movement in the United States, from Malcolm X to Martin Luther King to W.E.B. Du Bois, all of them were also socialists. The concerns of the black man and of the worker are one and the same. They live in a power system that suppresses them. They live under the rule of a group of autocrats who profit from their suffering. So the idea, when you look through this history, and my God, what Martin Luther King did for socialism, When he and the Black Panther Party, another socialist organization that fought for black rights, tried to coalition build, I mean, Fred Hampton said it best, you know? We do not want to fight fire with fire. We do not want to fight white capitalism with black capitalism. We will fight white capitalism with socialism. The rhetoric, even of these extremist groups, and the Black Panther Party was an extremist group, and I say that with a great deal of love for those people, was race and class solidarity. And it was easy for them. You know why? Because their IQ was higher than fucking 30. But there has been this increasing wave of dipshit, white, class reductionist lefties who are now acting as though Black Lives Matter is racially divisive. I've seen a lot of people doing this, you know. Do we really want to pursue these liberal identity divides and alienate people when we could be focusing on class? Gets my fucking blood boiling. First of all, BLM isn't a race war. There are white and black folk out there on the streets protesting. There are white and black folk hiding behind riot shields, okay? While that may be a racial divide that they are protesting, the fact of the matter is that white supremacy is promoted by black people and by white people. From black people in the ghettos who are complicit and black people who are in the fucking halls of Congress who are complicit. And there are white people who are sympathetic from the halls of Congress, and there are white people out there on the streets fighting the same causes, linking arms with their brothers. Great. It's not a fucking race war. And considering the fact that the vast majority of the people in this country are highly sympathetic to the cause of Black Lives Matter, and this is still a white majority country, it would go, I would believe, perhaps, that BLM is not alienating people who would otherwise be engaged with class solidarity. I want you to find me. Find me this gigantic group of people. Find me this demographic of whites who are uncomfortable with black liberation, who are uncomfortable. I think the blacks had it coming. The police violence is justified, 1350. But also, they're willing to link arm in arm and overthrow capitalism. Find me this great majority. I know there are some people on the internet who are very fond of this particular framework. These Nazbols, these literal neo-Nazis who literally want to form an ethno-state, but find me like this new untouched voter population, you know? I'm sure it exists. I'm not denying that. There probably are racist people in this country who will never come around on BLM, but might be able to be moved over on socialism. But there ain't many of them. Whereas there are literally over 100 million people of color in this country who have shown, and repeated polling has shown this, that people of color have a higher positive disposition towards the idea of socialism than white people do. Because people of color recognize what happens to the individual when they are being subjected to a system that despises them. I am not happy with Chapo Trap House. I mean, I listen to their podcasts. I tune in. And a lot of the stuff Chapo says is very nice. The reason they get $160,000 a month on Patreon. But a lot of the stuff that they say really rubs me the wrong way. They're always downplaying liberal identity politics. Always. They complained about the mainstream media focusing on Trump's insistence on calling the COVID-19, virus the Chinese virus. And they've made some fairly disparaging comments about BLM being this liberal idpol thing. Corporations support you. I hear that a lot too. All the corporations support BLM. Wow, how radical can it be? I hear it from Nazis. Feels weird to hear it from lefties, especially since it's a dumb argument, but yeah, Amber Frost really is the worst. Now, I know the Chapo boys are aware of me, and to my knowledge, one of them is at this point unwilling to discuss this with me, which is probably to my benefit, because right now, if I was to debate a Chapo person in any sort of contentious manner, I would probably be dogpiled by the rest of the lefty internet. But can I be honest for a second? I think there's something deeply broken about the Chapo Trap House podcast. I think they're just an empty veneer of populism, a collection of buzzwords and empty sentiments that are stretched over the current political system, you know? That they're not meaningfully engaging with the political, zeitgeist of our time. They're not involved in what's happening. They had their heart, and their heart was in Bernie 2020. And when their heart was shattered, that was it for them. And right now, what do they have? They're just edgelords. They're just left-leaning edgelords. Now, I'm not saying they don't do anything good. They certainly do. And I learned a lot from them. I've watched the Chapo, the podcast, and I've watched and I've listened and I've learned. There are a lot of really interesting stuff. And the people who produce that podcast are, by and large, well-educated people who have a lot of interesting ideas, and I respect that. And I will never not respect the good that they have done in propagating, like a leftist interest amongst a lot of people who might otherwise be disillusioned. But this abandonment of what they call liberal identity politics, which is actually racial solidarity, which is actually rising up against a system as unjust as the one they seem to care about, not only is it asinine and unproductive, I would argue it's actually counterproductive. Because whether you like it or not, socialism in this country is not going to come on the back of a bunch of white good old boys who are finally ready to seize the means of production after them blacks got settled. When socialism comes to this country, it's going to be a multiracial union of people pushing for it. It is going to be a wave of multiracial, multi-ethnic, multicultural solidarity working together to build a socialist country. And you're going to be left out of that if you're going to die on this hill, this liberal identity politics are dividing us. Who? How exactly? And where does that end? Should we not support trans people? Trans people are pretty contentious, like in the broader swath of Americana. Even some Democrats aren't that keen on trans people. It's a fairly new issue to a lot of people. Maybe we should drop them too. Oh yeah. When we're advocating for socialism, somebody asks about trans people. What do you go? Well, kind of weird. Just do whatever they want, I guess. Like, kind of like creepy. Oh, do you think like children should be able to go on hormone blockers? No, I don't really think so. How far back do we want to go? Gay rights? There are a lot of people in this country who think that marriage is between a man and a woman. Well, how do you feel about gay people? See, you can't do this. You can't capitulate every social position you have to please this nebulous and probably extremely small block of voters who are amicable to socialism, but not amicable to social progress. This is not an excellent hill to die on, my friends. And it never will be. But there's a group of people, or I guess I should say a pair of people, who are even worse than Chapo Trap House right now. Yeah, Stupid Poll is like like we can actually go right now on Stupid Poll, okay? Let's take a look. Stupid Poll. Sometimes I get linked in here. You know what people in Stupid Poll say about me? You know what they say? They talk about me sometimes. Sometimes I look, I can't help it. You know what they say about me? They say, damn, Vosh is so based sometimes, the way he's edgy, but then he goes off talking about the trannies. That's basically what, that's about the sentiment that I get. That's like, they like me when I'm edgy, and they don't like me when I'm, oh, what a time for chat to die. Well, I'm gonna keep on talking anyway. They don't like me when I'm socially progressive. That just seems to be how it works. Sucks. Though I will admit that I remain a tremendous fan of these gigantic political compass Wojak, things. I do admit to being a tremendous fan of that. Yeah. I just realized that if I wanted to go through this subreddit and find evidence that supports my point, there we go. Welcome back. I just realized that if I want to go through and find evidence which supports my point, I'm actually going to have to read some of these posts, which is reading, and I'm not okay with it. Not all right with that. Welcome back. Happy to have you all back. Marco, we good? There we go. 4-second delay. That's okay. You know what? I'm going to bring you all up to speed. That'll refresh the stream for all of you, which means that you'll all get thrown back to, immediate viewing. There we go. So, as I was saying, I think, mindlessly browsing Stupid Poll and wasn't actually making a point. Stupid Poll does do this a lot too. But right now, the people who my eyes are on the most. Jeez. Right now, the people who my eyes are on the most are Crystal Ball and Cigar and Jetty of The Rising, a Hill production. Are we all familiar with these people? I've got a lot to say about these people. Oh, we're going to get into it right now, baby. So, Crystal Ball, I'll throw it out there, is a grifting bitch. 100%. Now, if I am not mistaken, Crystal Ball has taken nearly $200,000 out of a super PAC that she designed to help progressive cancer. Can we get a? Is that still a thing? Let me see. Did that get resolved? I remember this. But thus far, nobody has benefited more financially from the group than Ball herself. Of the near $500,000 Ball raised for the group, she paid herself more than a third of that in salary, according to documents filed with the Federal Election Commission. Now, Crystal Ball is not exactly a poor person. So, if you raise $500,000 for a PAC, and then you pay yourself a third of that in salary, more than a third actually. Now most people, this is legal, I'm not accusing anyone of illegality, this kind of feels like embezzlement to me. Embezzlement's a legal term, again, this isn't necessarily illegal, but it is, I think, morally comparable to embezzlement. Crystal Ball is to lefties what Candace Owens is to black people. Crystal Ball's job seems to be normalizing conservatism in leftist spaces. That seems to be what she does. She seems to be very good at it, too, because Crystal Ball herself is a very intelligent person, and I respect a lot of the stuff that she believes in. But, man, oh man, this show, The Rising, launched in June 2018, Rising with Crystal and Buck, but Buck left and has been replaced with Enjeti. And who is Enjeti, you might ask? Well, Enjeti is a conservative who constantly replies to and signal boosts Tucker Carlson, who talks about right-wing populism and the need for social conservatism. Oh, he's on Tucker's show quite a bit. And the goal of these two, Crystal Ball and, how does it, Sagar? Can somebody help me pronounce that? I saw some people criticizing me earlier in chat. Sagar, gotcha. Soigar, there you go. I'm getting a lot, Cigar. I'm getting a lot, I've seen like 6 different pronunciations. He used to work for Tucker Carlson. Now, I need to remind you, Tucker Carlson is not just some innocuous political figure. Tucker Carlson is an incredibly powerful and dangerous white nationalist who openly works for billionaires and disseminates false, grifty, right-wing populist rhetoric in order to appeal to a very specific audience. If Tucker Carlson had the world Tucker Carlson wanted, we would live in a white ethno-state. If we got what Tucker Carlson raved about, we would have essentially a return to the 1950s era of like union prominence, you know? Slightly more worker power relative to the people who own the industries, but with regards to race and gender divisions, they would be as bad as, if not openly worse than, what we experienced then. The goal of that show, Rising, is to bridge the fucking gap for Crystal Ball to normalize and popularize class reductionist, far-right populism. That is its goal. That is the purpose of it. And I could ramble about this and how dangerous it is to have these prominent progressive lefties throwing minority groups under the bus so they can make and grift on and steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from a broader effort to normalize far-right populism. But I don't need to, because I have a clip from the Joe Rogan Experience. Why are corporations really supporting the George Floyd protests? What an excellent question to illuminate some people's perspectives on certain issues.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
That is what.
Here's our man.
What I like. Why conservatives have to care more about government. That's something I like. One of my pet causes is, look, like, we are living in a society where the culture is against you. Like, we are living in a society where, you know, the cultural elite, the commanding heights of American culture, and you're living in a society where you don't have real power there. And so, and you're all
the cultural elite, the commanding power in American structure. Now, when I say that, I'm usually pretty specific about who I mean. Who does he mean?
Also living in a society where you have corporate America. Look at these protests right now. Amazon supports the protests, right? Like, Amazon supports the protests. Citibank's CEO. It's the people with the most accumulated capital in America are also on the side of this protest. Why? Because in my view, they use identity politics and racial politics. They want to split the country along those lines. Every single day that we're talking about identity politics and having debates about race,
but
we're not talking
they
about
really want to.
So yeah, this is literally the triple parentheses argument right here. They want to split us up by race and gender and what have you. They want race war. They want everything because it keeps us from talking about class. So again, I ask you, okay? Really think about this, okay? Really think about it, okay? Right now, popular support for BLM is pretty high. What do you think would be more likely to sow racial division? Amazon supporting BLM or openly opposing it? Really think about what would lead to more cultural conflict in the United States. If the corporations in this country really wanted to propagate a race war to prevent class consciousness, passively supporting BLM by changing their logo and updating their website probably isn't. These are the multi-billion-dollar conspirators that are trying to prevent the socialist uprising, right? I feel like their investment might go a little bit beyond that. I feel like they might. Here's what Amazon could do. What if Amazon said that they believed in the great values of America, one of which is respect for the police, and that they will no longer be delivering supplies to any groups associated with BLM? There would be fucking riots. And what would they lose from that? How much money would they lose from that, really? Of the billions and billions of dollars that they make, how much exactly would they lose? Probably not that much. A small price to pay for sowing racial division across America. My argument here, functionally, is that this idea that they're doing it to promote race warfare is A, dumb, because if they wanted that, they would be taking different actions, and B, presupposes the idea that BLM is bad for racial unity in the United States of America, when, at least according to the polling, people are more united than ever before on the subject of black oppression in this country. It is doing the opposite of dividing people by race. What this man right here is saying when he means dividing people by race, what he actually means is speaking openly about racial issues. And to him, not a dearth of racial conflict is merely people being quiet about their oppression. What's that quote? Positive justice is worse than a negative peace?
Split the country along the lines? I think they just want support for their company.
Vosh, I thought you've argued capitalists split workers amongst things like race and stuff. Corporations don't deliberately do that anymore because corporations used to profit from that. Now they don't. Joe Rogan is actually about to say the only technically correct thing Joe Rogan has ever said in his entire life, okay? This summarizes why corporations do what they do. Watch for it.
But do you think they really want to split the country along the lines? I think they just want support for their company. And they think that it's a good PR move.
It's a good...
Nicely done, Joe Rogan. You've demonstrated a superior political and economic understanding to either of the dipshits you are talking to right now. Corporations will do what makes them money. They're not part of some crazy oligarchical mega conspiracy to secretly destroy the culture of the West to prevent socialism. They're not that smart. Nobody is. They just work on their own bottom line. And right now, because people are supportive of BLM, they support BLM. It's that simple. Corporations will not go out of their way to support a social issue unless they think that it will make them money to do so. That's it. It's that simple.
It's a branding move. And here's the thing is,
there's crystal ball.
And this goes back to the coalitions of the parties, right? So the Democratic Party caters largely to these like white affluent women, basically, is like the base that they mostly. Right. I know the space well. I'm closely affiliated with the space.
That's not entirely untrue.
I want to see Joe Biden do yoga.
The yoga base,
I'll pay
right?
for that.
And so, you know, for people who are more or less doing well, as things are, right? They've got their health insurance. They've got a job where they're treated like a human being with humanity. They can get their Uber Eats. They can get whatever they want on demand, right? Their way of virtue signaling is on identity issues.
Virtue signaling. Now, we need to be really careful with our language, especially language like virtue signaling, when Joe Rogan has such a mixed audience. Now, if I were to say something like, Amazon is virtue signaling by supporting BLM, I think most of you understand what I'm saying by that. When I say virtue signaling, I'm saying it's an empty social gesture that doesn't, like, belie actual values on their part. But what Crystal Ball is saying right here is a little bit more ambiguous. And this is the reason why conservatives will so often accuse corporations of virtue signaling anytime they do anything even remotely progressive. Their argument isn't just that the corporation is being insincere. Their argument is that the corporation is being insincere and therefore the cause is bogus. I have never heard a conservative say, oh, they're just virtue signaling, they should be more sincere.
And if you only confine the conversation on policing to like, let's deal with this, let's have more body cameras. Like if you keep it in that lane, that's very comfortable for them, right? If you have a broader conversation about a society that, you know, has decimated unions, has decimated working class power, about who has power in the society and why.
Look at that slimy comparison right there. Hey, what's super non-divisive and super easy in the democratic stuff, in the democratic conversation?
Right. If you have a broader conversation about a society that lane, let's deal with this, let's have more body cameras. Like if you keep it policing to like, let's deal with this, let's have more body.
Yeah, policing, body cameras, those are the easy conversations that the Democratic Party wants you to have.
Working class power, conversation about a society that, you know, has decimated unions, has decimated working class power, about who has power in the society and why. Like that's more of a threat to them. So
but you're really challenging the Democratic Party when you do this. My dude, for one, the difficulty of a conversation does not mean how important that conversation is. And the reason why the latter is more difficult than the former is because the former you were specific and the latter you were vague. The former you said police reform and body cams. That's an easy conversation. Well, yeah, sure, because you just outlined what the conversation was. With the latter one, it was, who has power in our... So yeah, of course that conversation is more difficult. But if you want to have a specific like argument over which types of policies are difficult to have, I think you'll find a lot of what BLM is pushing for here is not exactly comfortable to any political party in this country. Yeah, defund the police, the super well-accepted, you know, Democratic Party approved position, except even Bernie Sanders said it was too radical for him.
So yes, for corporate brands, it's very comfortable to have like, let's have a diversity initiative. It's less comfortable to say, no, let's actually value the worth of everyone. Let's actually have a different set of power. Let's actually not have corporations able to give unlimited money and buy off our politicians and then be able to go work on your boards, et cetera, et cetera. Like,
notice how every easy, superficial, virtue signaling thing she talks about has something to do with race. And every difficult, serious, substantial issue she brings up has to do with class. The way she is subtly delegitimizing the severity of race or gender-based issues in this country.
That's a very non-threatening conversation. That's how you end up with, was it Bank of America who sponsored the movement continues?
Yes, like a Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. The
Bank of
movement
America.
continues with
Right.
D. Ray McKesson, who's a prominent activist.
To be cynical, is there another reason why Amazon would support this protest? That this is kind of the death of retail. I mean, this is one of the final nails in the coffin of retail. When you think about...
And Joe Rogan's back to saying dumb shit. The fucking protests have nothing to do with the success of retail. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I take it back. He might be referring to COVID. I thought he was referring to the protests, like, because people are, like, smashing shop windows, it's the death of retail or something. But no, okay, sorry. If he's talking about COVID-19, then it's much more than that is a blow against traditional retail.
Investing your money in a brick and mortar store with a glass window. After all this horse shit?
Wait, never mind. I'm sorry, Joe. I was being real charitable there. Never mind. All right, sorry. I tried to be charitable. Okay, never mind. He actually thinks that retail is going down because windows are shatterable. All right, never mind. Okay. We're back in the correct timeline. The one where the shit he says is really dumb.
Look, I won't cite who told me this, was a very prominent person in the field of economics, and was like, my conspiracy theory is that Jeff Bezos wants 10 to 15% unemployment, because then what's the best job in the world, Joe? In a rural place? Amazon warehouse.
He's the guy dropping off those bricks.
What? Why would you need 10 to 15% unemployment to invest in building Amazon warehouses in communities with low... What the fuck does that mean? 10 to 15% unemployment, that's like 60 million people unemployed. What? His broader point is true, though? No. The implication that Jeff Bezos is funding the protests? No.
Who's better at delivering shit than Amazon?
Right. There you go.
But
there you go.
Amazon Prime delivering pallets of bricks.
You should be more cynical.
See, like, yeah. No, I mean that capitalism needs an unemployed underclass. Yeah, 3 to 5%, not of 10 to 15%. 10 to 15% unemployment would be devastating for our economy, and it is presently. 3 to 5% unemployment is frictional unemployment, which is, economically valid.
Cynical, because that, I mean, look, how else do we get to a point where, like, the Shell Gas Company sponsors a 1619 Project event with Nicole Hannah-Jones?
I don't know what that is.
So the 1619 Project, oh man, this is a real rabbit hole. So this is this is the New York Times put out this thing. The 1619 Project is the year that the first slaves were brought to America, and it was about reforming the way that we talk about race and slavery in America. And so the very first essay which she wrote, which is very controversial, is when she claimed that the reason for the American Revolution was because people wanted to keep their slaves, not because...
Is this what that PragerU video was about? When did this Joe Rogan thing go live? It went live on June 3rd, and the PragerU video came out a few weeks afterwards. So is this where... Okay, so I just wanted to be made clear. I have never in my life before heard the argument that the American Revolution had anything to do with keeping slaves. But then I made that comment on stream, and some historians actually messaged me and sent me data on how, yes, that was part of the reason. Because even though the British Empire had not outlawed slavery until 1819, I think, the British Empire was imposing stricter legislation on the treatment of and the transportation of slaves, and there was a political machination in the works for slavery to be abolished, and they saw the writing on the wall. And one of the reasons why they wanted to break off is because many of the landed gentry in the 13 colonies recognized that if they were still part of the British Empire, when that happened, their slaves would also be yeeted away from them. Yeah. So that's actually now I don't know if that's historical consensus, but from what I've looked at, that's actually it's a fairly compelling argument. And it makes sense, too. For example, one of the reasons that the founding fathers also led their little revolution was because there were, I mean, we know this, there were tax benefits for them. No taxation without representation. Well, people like Washington had representation. They were extremely wealthy and prominent aristocrats from the, from England before coming over to the New World. So there was a tax benefit for them to secede as well. Now, none of these are the single reasons why. The American Revolution probably has like a million reasons why it actually happened, but I think there's an argument to be made. In 1772, English courts ruled that slaves on British soil were freed, if I recall correctly. Is that true? 1772. Free. Yep. Mansfield ruled in 1772 that no master ever was allowed here in England to take a slave by force to be sold abroad because he deserted from his service. Yeah, that was right around the time of the Revolutionary War, so it's possible they saw the writing on the wall, you know? Anyway, it's a complicated historical issue. I'm just saying there is some legitimacy to that argument. I'm not a historian, and I haven't looked at enough data for me to concretely decide, you know?
Because of, control from England and all that. What happened is that a bunch of very prominent historians around the American Revolution, the Civil War, and much more panned the essay. They said, this thing needs to be corrected. They corrected it. Even then, she still won the Pulitzer Prize for journalism, or for commentary, I want to say, for that specific essay, which was there. And they partnered, I think, was with the Pulitzer.
Wait, what's the point so far? A person wrote an essay and got a Pulitzer? Where does this get populist?
Pulitzer Center, in order to create curriculum that schools are now using to teach. Now, this was attacked, the 1619 Project, not at first by conservatives. Of course, conservatives were pissed off. It was attacked by the World Socialist website, by Trotskyites, by Marxists and socialists. And the reason why is because they saw it for what I see it, which is that it's a cynical attempt in order to say America is an irredeemably racist nation.
What? What the? Okay, listen, I can't speak to the brainworms or whatever Marxists or Trotskyists or whatever said this. First of all, I should note that this person is a co-host to Crystal Ball, a very prominent progressive political pundit, unironically making the argument that we should erase American history or not consider it because it makes us look bad with regards to racial treatment. And he's throwing this cover like, actually, it wasn't the conservatives, it was the Trotskyists who made this criticism. The argument that America's revolution might have in part been inspired by a desire to keep slaves has nothing to do with America being irredeemably racist. Nothing is irredeemably anything. Every country has had a racist past. I mean, find me one that hasn't, but that doesn't mean we can't, push it forward. This is the most cynical attempt to rope lefties into thinking they should agree with conservatives that we should erase history. This is literally just like people like Ben Shapiro making the argument well, when they teach about slavery in the history books, they're not really teaching you about history, they're teaching you how to hate your country. It is the same argument. It's insane to me.
That is the only single and most pressing problem that we have in our society. And if you...
Nobody has made that claim, and I guarantee you the essay did not make that claim. That is the only... if somebody can find me the 1619 Project and find me a line from it where it says that racism is the only issue in America, I would be fucking delighted.
You hold that frame, then you don't ask questions about corporate power.
Nobody holds that frame. Again, this is the lie of the Nazbol. The idea that racial solidarity and class solidarity are mutually exclusive. You can't simultaneously believe in socialism while also believing that America is a racist country that needs to be addressed in that sense.
In America, you don't ask questions even of leaders. A friend of our show, Zed Gilani, had a fantastic appearance on our show. I really encourage everybody to go watch it, where he talks about if you look at the black community in America,
Oh, boy.
which is what had the most pressing impact on their life economically and destroyed so much of their livelihood, it was the foreclosures under Barack Obama, and it was the wipeout of black home ownership and black wealth.
It was fucking slavery. What? Oh yeah. That's truly the heart of the black condition in America. The heart of their exploitation truly was Obama-era foreclosures. 100%. It was absolutely the 2007 financial crisis. 100%. That's truly... If you dig that, back in 2006, black people were doing hunky-dory, okay? Obama runs around, foreclosures following the financial crisis. Ah, damn, racism happened again. What the fuck are you talking about? The only reason those foreclosures disproportionately affected black people was because of generational poverty following from slavery and the Jim Crow laws. The only reason those foreclosures were racially prejudiced was because they were building on economic prejudice that came from slavery. Or was slavery just a class issue, perhaps?
That the 1619 Project and the framework of politics, that original sin, which of course is the
original sin. This is literally a PragerU talking point. Crystal Ball is supposed to be a fucking progressive. This is literally a PragerU talking point. The regressive left believes that every white man carries with him an original sin. You were born privileged, you were born white, and this is nothing you're ever going to be able to apologize for. I've heard this from the lowest IQ conservative arguments, and this is being used to justify right-wing economic populism. And Crystal Ball, the progressive, is just sitting there letting this happen. This is her co-host.
The original sin is the be-all, end-all for why we are where we are today, absolves current political leaders.
Nobody has ever said that.
And recent political leaders like Barack Obama himself, or like leaders in the city of Atlanta, or leaders in the city of Baltimore. And
oh yeah, Black Lives Matter types are huge fans of Obama and the city leadership in Baltimore and Atlanta. Oh yeah, racial progressives in this country, if there's any group of people they're fans of, it's the leadership in Baltimore. He's just imagining, like, these people, he's just imagining a group of people who are so blinded by false race politics that they will ignore any class analysis. But this is being done by people like this fucking guy who will ignore any race politics to the benefit of his class politics. Except by way of being a conservative, I guarantee you that this guy is not actually a socialist.
And that it absolves public policy which is non-racial. And so when I say that, why does Shell Gas Company feel comfortable sponsoring an event in which the main message is that America is an irredeemably...
Nobody said irredeemable. Find me the 1619 thing right now. Chat, right now. Bring it up. I'm not joking. Where is it? 1619 Project? Give me a link. The New York Times link is not working for me. Full issue? Here we go. New York Times Magazine. Here we go. The whole goddamn thing. Is this... Ah, yes, the text. Does it work? Yes, it works. Okay, let's see if we can find the word irredeemable. Oh! They didn't say that? That's just a stupid fucking straw man narrative you're projecting? Interesting. Well, he did also make the claim that people who wrote 1619 are pushing a narrative that race is the only issue that we should be looking at. Let's see. Let's look for only. We get 67 onlys. How about only issue? Oh! Well, hey, listen. I'm not going to scroll through this entire 100-page. Yep. Just to make sure I didn't misspell it. I'm not going to search through the entire thing. Irredeemable. Oh. Yeah, it's not there. I didn't misspell it. If somebody wants to go through the whole damn thing and find me a segment where they say either that America is irredeemably racist or B, that racism is the only issue America faces, I'd be very happy to hear that. I wonder if Crystal Ball, what does Crystal Ball call herself? Crystal Ball. American political pundit and journalist. It doesn't actually say progressive. That's nice. She's being more honest. I'm serious. Candace Owens really is the... I'm sorry, Candace Owens. Crystal Ball really is the Candace Owens of the left. 100%. But instead of a race issue, it's a class issue. It's reeling in conservatism and far-right populism by way of her association with a given group.
Racist nation, because that is one more event which is being talked about in the political zeitgeist by the cultural elite, which is not talking about their own power in the marketplace.
Notice this this vagueness, this non-specificity. Cultural elite. What does that mean to a conservative? More importantly, what does that mean to the audience? See, I don't know if this guy is a JQer. He literally worked under Tucker Carlson, so it's not exactly an impossibility. But what about the audience? Do you think the audience might be interpreting something other than that which this person actually believes? Do you think he would care if I pointed it out to him?
And if you look at what is the predominant control in your life in America, it is about capital. It's not about race. It's about class. But class disproportionately affects people.
It's about both. There is no harm in recognizing an intersectional approach. Like I said, black revolutionaries have been the vanguard of socialism in this country for 100 years. They have been the forefront. So how can would you do that to MLK? Would you go, or fucking Fred Hampton, like, hey dude, you're a socialist, you're a Maoist, that's super cool. Do you think you could drop the race stuff? I think your movement would really benefit from the inclusion of people who are uncomfortable with racial equality.
People of color in America. And so the way I look at it is that identity politics is so cynically grafted on by the billionaire and the corporate class. There's a reason they're all...
Remember, because corporations cynically profit from involving themselves in social movements, that means all forms of race and gender-based advocacy are cynical and hollow. Remember, it's literally a PragerU argument, literally a Nazi argument. I hear this shit from Nazis. Oh yeah, dude. Nobody actually fucking cares about fucking trans, whatever, just corporations just with fucking Trans Pride Month, yeah. Nobody actually gives a fuck. I hear this shit from them all the goddamn time. And it's just being regurgitated ad verbatim. Crystal Ball, you okay over there? You want to step in?
All super woke. It's because they want it to be this way so that we don't talk about their power in our society.
Ah, yes. The trans and black communities, very well known for being subservient and complicit to corporate power. The groups that benefit most from this cynical corporate support are also the groups who are most disproportionately socialist. So they're obviously not succeeding in distracting people from class issues. Black people are significantly more disposed to socialism than white people in this country. Transgender people are significantly more disposed towards socialism than cisgender people in this country. But when corporations throw up trans and BLM flags, they aren't doing it to dissuade people from class consciousness. They're not that competent. They're doing it to make some money. They're doing it so they get featured in a Time article on woke corporations. They're doing it so they don't get a bunch of people on Twitter canceling them, okay? They're doing it because it makes sense for them to do it, not because it's part of some nefarious fucking scheme. One of the worst tendencies of left or right-leaning populism is the ascription of every social force to some sort of deliberate and malicious narrative. The point, the fucking essence of Marxist analysis of class is that these biases can continue to manifest in the absence of maliciousness. That's the point. It wouldn't be a very good system if oppression could only be brought about by a cabal of hyper-sociopathic dipshits at the top. That would be an unsustainable system. You would only need one morally competent person at top to fix it. No, the real nefariousness of this system, of racism, of sexism, and of capitalism is that it can be propagated by well-meaning actors who aren't acting maliciously, who are only acting out of their own interests and out of the dogma that they have both been fed and feed to others. This is basic class analysis. This isn't intersectional wokeness. I could be reading this to you from Capital. So for people to sit here and go like, well, it's the nefarious scheme to divide people's class interests by introducing pro-trans people. No! That's not how it works! Fuck you! Read Marx. Read all theory, as I have.
And I think this was a very cynical, like, the way this all happened is kind of crazy because it started out in the sociology departments in the 1970s of all.
Started out in the sociology. Call me out, baby. Call me the fuck out, you fucking smooth-brained cunt. God, I would love to get one of you on my fucking show. I don't have a show, I have a stream. On my stream.
All of these crazy, you know, these from the post...
Crazed.
From the 60s era. They were, you know, in these sociology departments. And they started...
This is the Frankfurt School argument! This is literally postmodern neo-Marxists. These were socialists! This guy's literally regurgitating a Nazi conspiracy theory, the Frankfurt School of socialists that ended up infiltrating academia in our sociology and criminology departments. This is literally a Nazi argument, but the Frankfurt School people were socialists. They just applied class critique and critical theory to other forms of social ail. And they were based as fuck.
Cranking out all these absolutely crazy papers around, you know, feminism. And
oh, find me one of those crazy papers. Find me one of them. All these crazy papers on yeah, very intellectual.
Identity politics, racial politics, all of that. And then what happened?
What's crazy about them? These are literally just papers on the existence of sexism and racism in this country.
What happened is that corporate America and other cultural elites, first of all, were being indoctrinated in the university system. They were going.
Corporate elites were being indoctrinated by Frankfurt School-inspired sociology classes. Oh yeah? Yeah, fucking JP Morgan is being fielded by somebody who took fucking Soch in college? Are you fucking kidding me? This is a Nazi argument! This is literally just Nazism! This is just the JQ if you just ignore the Jewish bit.
Going to go work at places like McKinsey and others, and they brought their racial politics and their identity politics with them. But that there had to be a recognition from the top, from people like Goldman Sachs. If Goldman Sachs...
Holy shit! Of all the elites in this country, he chose Goldman... This is just the JQ! Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, all of them are totally getting indoctrinated by fucking social studies courses. Jesus Christ. Please, God, mention... Oh, God. Oh, my God, please. Mention fucking Kushner. I'm ready.
If the pressure on them is to stop the way that they trade derivatives or to put a black person on their board while they continue to, you know, do the derivatives trading, they're going to choose that every single time.
Right.
So they want to direct the conversation in that direction. It absolves them for the sins, both, you know, towards the economically disenfranchised in America, but it's also a very cynical tool, which is that
this is the most dumb, brainlet fucking argument. This would be like, this means that anytime a corporation does something good, it's a sinister plot to distract people from the actual thing they should be focusing on, and also it's working. There is no logical through line here. What if they just got more racially progressive because they realized that America was changing and they were adopting their power structures to, you know, get less hate? And then, as America gets more actively socialist, they're going to fight against that specifically. It's not like this one-off thing. Back during the 1960s and 70s, that was the Black Panther Party. That was, do you think the radical socialists of the time were like seeing them get black people on the board of executives and going like, oh yeah, that's enough. That's good enough. There is no logical through line here, but the degree of open conspiracism is insane. Are you guys comfortable with me saying like Crystal Ball is a Nazbol or like a Nazi sympathizer. This is insane. I haven't watched this before. I watch everything with you guys for the first time. This is an unbelievable like adherence to a Nazi conspiracy theory.
Why is it that you see all these corporations, tweeting out Black Lives Matter, Instagram blackout, all that stuff?
Because it makes them money. That's it. It's not that complicated. Read Marx. That's why corporations do shit.
How is it that you see, like, Nike? Isn't this the great irony that Nike, went and did the whole Colin Kaepernick thing, the ad campaign, and they still got all their shit looted in this most recent thing?
How do I parse this one? So, first of all, oh man, there's so much for me to go over here. First of all, Nike already sold all of their shoes to the outlets that are selling Nike shoes, so they still make money. Most Nikes aren't sold at Nike stores. They're sold to other outlets, so they already got the sale. They already made the money from the sale. Second of all, doesn't this indicate your whole conspiracy theory doesn't work? That even if corporations do make cynical, soak-just, like, gestures, they're still not going to be, like, spared from, like, antagonism? Third of all, I'm pretty sure that typically speaking, rioters and looters don't really choose which corporations to loot based on what ad campaigns they ran, like, a few years ago. Fourth of all, the saying they got all their shit looted from an anti-Black Lives Matter class reductionist conservative makes me feel like this motherfucker would use the phrase blacks are chimping out, like in 2016. I don't know. Listen, that's a little bit of inductive reasoning on my end. I'm pretty positive that's this guy's thought process right now. That's why he thinks this is so funny. Pretty sure his approach towards this is one motivated by let's say not a neutral and ambivalent perspective on black criminality.
Chicago, right? I mean, I think that's the perfect example of they try to cynically use identity politics in America, split people apart to protect their power. And if we
Except it doesn't work and you have no evidence of it working and everything you just said is baseless conspiracy. And even if it did work, even if they were doing that for that reason, that wouldn't mean we should abandon social justice causes. It would just mean we should stop listening to corporations, which nobody does anyway. And everyone makes fun of corporations for cynically promoting social justice. Even people who are part of the groups that are being promoted there. Black people, go on Black people Twitter. Do you think they're all like, whoa, dude, Apex Legends supporting Black Lives Matter. I guess they're totally okay now. Do you think that's what they're doing? Everyone makes fun of the corporations for this. It's just considered a symbolic gesture. No, there are not people who are being knocked off class wokeness by fucking adverts at the beginning of web pages.
Start to understand that it's a lot more about class in America than it is about race.
It's about both! It's about both. It's not a competition.
Not saying that there is not racial problems in America, racism, that, all of this, but that if you focus on these class issues, it's the best way to help people, to people who are disenfranchised, who are disproportionately people of color, but to help everybody. That's a much more, I just don't know how else we can live.
What if we did both because they aren't mutually exclusive and it doesn't hurt us to do both? This is like talking to a fucking person who's not voting for Biden. Wow, dude, you just want to vote for Biden, cuck yourself to the establishment? Why don't you do direct action? You can do both! Just do both! Both things! Just do both!
In a multifaceted nation like this, which is, economically heterogeneous, ethnically, people, so many people of different ethnicities, so many people of different religions, I am the son of Indian immigrants. I feel fully and completely.
Whoa, why are you id-pulling this conversation, you fucking hack? Aren't you a business owner, you piece of shit?
American. That's an amazing thing. That didn't just happen. It was the product of a result of very specific
Way to divide the movement. There are probably a lot of working class white Joe Rogan fans who are watching this, and now they've been informed that you're ethnic. They probably don't give a fuck much about your social message. I really think you should reconsider this, the extent to which you're willing to dilute your class message with vacuous idpol. What, your parents were Indian? What does that matter? Whatever experiences they had that were negative were probably more motivated by class than by race. Why is this relevant to this conversation at all? Are you trying to get woke points? Is this virtue signaling?
Political choice.
Just so you guys know, what my little meme just there was literally identical to what he's doing to the broader political conversation. Literally. It's literally the exact same thing. I'm not parodying it. I'm just doing it the other way.
Choices that we made over time. And it's moving towards that we need to go towards. And that's what, but by doing so, what you've talked about many times about economic, not just distribution, but about the power, who has power in society, working class or not.
Yeah.
Which is the corporate America can use the identity politics in order to make sure the working class doesn't continue to have power.
And hey, you know what? Racist people can use class politics as a way of obfuscating racial identity. Except, whoa, they're doing it right now on the Joe Rogan show. That's incredible. Wow. People obfuscating and suppressing a social movement to the benefit of another movement? I'm gonna fucking kill myself, dude. I can't believe this. I have to get Crystal Ball on my fucking stream. I will do anything to roast this piece of shit. I know this fucking guy, I actually forget his name right now. I know this fucking guy would be like an easy walkover, but people don't simp for him. People simp for Ball. I need to go for Ball. I can't fucking believe how bad these people are.
And so you can't separate class and race because it's not an accident, of course, that black and brown people are disproportionately the lower income. And
we finally stepping in after 10 minutes of conspiracism?
Poor and working class in society. I mean, I see it much more simply, sort of like what you were saying. It's virtue. This is like a branding exercise, right?
No, never mind.
So,
and there's this whole idea, I always think it's hilarious on the right of like Facebook and Twitter are progressive or they're liberal companies or Amazon's a liberal company. I'm like, what are you talking about? Amazon treats their workers like shit. They bust unions. Like, this is not a left company, right? But because they use those sort of branding tools and tweet out Black Lives Matter, which is no threat to them, and in fact, as you're pointing out, may very much benefit their bottom line.
Yeah, that's why they do it. No shit. They do it because it benefits their bottom line, not because it's part of some 19D chess plan to split people up and create a race war. If you have an issue with people believing Amazon is a progressive company based on their stupid little virtue signaling whatever, I criticize corporations for doing that all the time. But you realize getting rid of corporations for doing that, or getting rid of corporations doing that, or failing to acknowledge the social problems that corporations are making vague gestures at, isn't going to make those liberals on Facebook socialist. By the way, they had Andy Ngo on their show and they didn't push back at all. Holy fuck, is that true?
A journalist who was attacked during a clash between the Proud Boys and Antifa in Portland, Oregon.
Jesus
Christ! On Capitol Hill
Christ.
this week, Andy Ngo is in D.C. in order to discuss the extremist movement.
This comes just days after 2 Republican senators introduced legislation that would later...
Andy Ngo is literally a fascist. His banner art was done by Stone Toss. There's video recordings that were out at the time of this recording showing him working with a group of fascists to plan an attack on another group of people unprovoked, and he was with them and he had his camera off.
Label Antifa, quote, domestic terrorist. Andy was one of 3 people who ended up in the hospital after being beaten in the June brawl. Police later made 3 arrests in connection with the incident. And Andy joins us now to discuss his visit to Capitol Hill, as well as continued clashes between Antifa and the far right. He's an editor at Quillette. Andy, it's great to have you here. Thanks for coming.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
First of all, how are you doing?
As your viewers can see, the cuts and bruising on my face have mostly nothing was done, even when a suspect was identified.
Old, elderly citizens. In many ways, they're the ones who are provocative and who are violent. They're organized, and they're the darlings of media. You have CNN's Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon defending these people, and then they go and attack you, and what? We hear nothing about it.
This is literally them attacking Antifa and defending Andy Ngo.
worry that your work provides a false equivalency?
I'm so glad you brought up this point. Thank you.
So ask a really easy softball question that he can respond to because he's been trained to respond to it.
You know, I'm not working to bring some type of parity in this.
Yeah.
Just a week and a half ago, this didn't get very much attention. An Antifa militant in Tacoma, Washington, which is close to Portland, firebombed a government facility.
That's right.
He attempted to, according to police, ignite a 500-gallon propane tank, and he had a rifle that he allegedly aimed at Tacoma.
I remember that one guy. They used a fucking video clip. They used a video clip from Project Veritas in this video as a source.
Andrew is one piece of the puzzle in the story of Jeffrey Epstein, but he and the British royal family appear to have played a very key Kate's wedding, of course. Prince Andrew is one piece of the puzzle in the story.
Where is it in here? I don't see it. That's his monologue, not a news segment? Gotcha. Well, where's the... I think he just linked me a random timestamp. I don't see it. It's somewhere in that 11-minute video.
Tacoma police and was killed in the... Frame my story in a partisan way. I mean, stripping away the views that I have, at the end of the day, what happened was somebody who works as a journalist was attacked.
This is, I can't overstate how severe this is. At the time, everything we know about Andy Ngo now was known to Crystal Ball. This is literally just them platforming a person who is openly a fascist and works with neo-Nazis, allowing him and abetting him in attacking Antifa while lying about the nature of certain interactions and clashes that he's had. Also, his accent is fake. He has never been to England. I am very comfortable in saying, following all of this, that Crystal Ball is either a Nazi or Nazi sympathetic, or at the very least is so blinded by a pursuit of populism that she doesn't give a fuck about anything else. She doesn't give a shit about anything else. I don't know, but judging from the fact that she stole nearly $200,000 from a PAC for her salary when she already makes a fuck ton of money from other sources, I think she's just a goddamn grifter. And I want this known. And I'm actually, just this fucking once, I am putting out a call to action, okay? I am putting out a call to action for all of you, okay? Crystal Ball is an enemy to our movement. I don't know what exactly Crystal Ball believes, but I know what she does. And from now on, in every engagement, in every interaction, every time she comes up, every time you're discussing her, every time you refer to her, every time it's relevant, you will express with the deepest sympathy how you feel about Crystal Ball. That's what I want you to do. Because the fact that people are treating this woman and her little fucking co-host as some sort of legitimate pro-populist blow against the corporate establishment as opposed to what it really is disgusting to me. And what it really is nothing more than a Trojan horse to enable and propagate far-right populism as represented by the co-host, as represented by Andy Ngo, at the expense of leftists, at the expense of people of color, at the expense of every other minority who would live under the boot of a world brought about by Andy Ngo and his fascist thugs and the Nazis he provides kill lists to. So just let it be known, all right? Jimmy Dore and Kyle Kulinski stan her? Yep, because Jimmy Dore and Kyle Kulinski are low IQ populists who don't know anything about politics and don't actually have any principles, but they'll side with anyone who sounds sufficiently anti-corporate. That's all these people have. If somebody walks up and says that they don't trust corporations, that's all it takes for people like Jimmy and Kyle to run up to them and start sucking their cock. All right? That's true. It's just true. They have no principles. They just don't. Kyle used to stand Sargon. Wouldn't surprise me. Has it really been confirmed that Andy Ngo sent a kill list to Atomwaffen? I'm not entirely sure. Probably not, but it's a fun thing to say. And I don't really care. He openly works with Nazis. I mean, it's not exactly a completely unwarranted meme. Kyle literally streamed with Sargon. Well, All right. Yeah, like 3 years ago? You mean when Sargon was still a fascist? Who's not an enemy of the movement? I really don't ask that much. If you want to be Kyle Kalinske, if you just want to go on, a show and just like corporations are bad. If you just want to be like your standard low IQ populist left show, all I ask, and I ask so little, is to not actually aid and abet the far right. Is that so hard? Is that so difficult? Is that really a standard that is so hard to hold yourself to? What about Shoehead? All she does is complain about Idpol? Nah, Shoehead is openly progressive. Criticized Trump for his behavior, made multiple videos defending race, gender, everything. Shoehead has her moments, but to compare Shoehead to like these people is, I don't think it's even comparable. Would I go in Rising? How would I not? Ugh. All right, I'm done being angry for today. Let's go over some donos, huh? Then we gotta cut stream. Can you believe it's been 4 hours? Oh man, there's so much. Ramadan Steve, the more I do this, the more I think there's no point in ever using political labels, because it only makes people act stupid. Very true, Universal. Drug war is the new Jim Crow. Very true. Claudia, thank you very much for the €5. Are you open to speaking to Brett Weinstein on his Dark Horse podcast? Maybe. Is this person? I mean, yeah, sure. I'm not opposed. I'm a huge cloud chaser. I'll talk to anyone large enough, you know? Please stop donating. There are enough. If you donate too much, I'm just gonna skip all of them. Fuck you. I'm okay with it, Mermidia. Fuck Katie Hopkins. Somniostatic, thank you so goddamn much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Yeah, 6K viewers, pretty fucking wild. Yeah, I saw Megan Claire. Zalazar with the incredibly kind $10. Thank you very much. Billy Drillkill, non-binary furry gang, as always. Thank you very much, comrade. Pradax Blood, I do trim my beard pretty often, so I don't think it'll be hitting my pubes anytime soon. Acat with a very kind $25. Trans rights are human rights, but I don't support any human rights. Well, at least you're equal opportunity in your omnicidalism. Spike's Tribe, welcome back to the Colored Name Club. Ho's Mad with the $5. Probably catch me at a time when I'm doing trans debates. I get too many emails anyway. Masato is best girl, very true. Dylan Burns TV with the $5. Hey, do you like an underdog story and I come to you in need? I'm facing a Twitter election and this is a hard ask. Can I get your endorsement? Check DMs. Oh yeah, I'll endorse you. Yeah, for sure. Wait, this is a vote versus me. Wait, whoa. This is a vote versus me. Here you go, chat. Make your mark in the world, whatever you prefer. Malware with the incredibly kind $50. I'm very happy you enjoy my content. I've become inspired to make my own videos. Where should I start? From passion. That's all I can really say. Find subjects you're interested in and think of ways to deliver them that people will be interested in. There are never any guarantees, but you know, I believe in you, comrade. I do believe in you. It's rough. There really are never any like guaranteed roads to success with this kind of stuff, but I do wish you well. Sorry, Dylan Burns, I love you. Star Trek was based, take the Trek pill. True, Akat. Rachel Walker, I'm going to play Last of Us 1 first. Akat, thank you so much for the final $25 and for the incredible generosity. Please do be careful, comrade. I really, really appreciate it. Predex Blood, thanks to the Tier 2 sub. Buddy with the $10, please learn the difference between Section 8 housing and public housing. Section 8 is a housing voucher where HUD pays your rent. I actually did not know that. Interesting. I always thought Section 8 was just the term for public housing. Thank you for clarifying that. I'll be sure to be more careful in the future. 85 Tarek, true. Huba and Booba. West, you can watch the Hunter x Hunter anime. It's very good, but then catch up on the manga. Somniostatic with a very kind $25. I identify with the Paul's Ego crowd like this dude because I'm also old and worked as a capitalist bitch for the last 20 years. Yeah, I get you, comrade. It can be difficult to take the hope pill, but that's what I'm here for. Okay, I'm just trying to make everyone happy best as I can. I love you, buddy. Alexandra Iltanen with the 20 euros. I'll debate Nick Fuentes if he stops being a fucking pussy and actually chooses a topic and then comes on my stream and my stream alone. I've seen that creator face. Pretty based. Mother Lane, thank you for the $5. Lazy Peasant with the incredibly kind $20. Duly noted. I do agree with partitioning the United States. No, borders are the opposite of what we want long term. I disagree. Matt Volby and Sunshine Jesse, thank you very much for the $5. Mother Lane with 420, thank you. Joe B. May, I have nothing to say on Keemstar that has not already been said. I feel like I've already covered that. Sake Tanuki with the $20. I thought Lauren was paleo-conservative. Makes sense with how small and smooth-brained her takes were. Yeah, yeah, she's pretty far gone, but I guess we'll see how her new arc does. Duly noted, Nick Ziegler. True, Nerd Germ. Thank you, Munchmouth Music. I really appreciate that. On Tifa, I will never upload my research doc to GitHub. I don't want collaborative contributions. It is my document and my document alone. Other documents are fucky. I'm fine with just mine. Okay, guys, if you keep... I'm serious. I just won't read any donos if you guys keep donating. What the fuck is wrong with you people? I have enough money. Didn't we literally just talk about populism? Is it not known? Do I not make enough? No problem, Alexandra. Fuck Blair White. We will not bring Segoy back no matter what, Aurora. It was a redundant emote. I'm fine with contacting Brett Weinstein, having a chat. What? He's a centrist? Yeah, I can have that conversation. Thank you for the 10 euros. New Avalanche, the tier 3 sub. I should have someone on from the anti-fascist metal community? Yeah, maybe. I don't know much about music. I don't know what I'd say exactly, though. Sake with the $20. Use incog mode. It should work every time because it disables cookies. Yeah, true. I'll give it a... I'll try. Thank you very much. Oh, you said it twice. I love you, Sake. Okay, I hope you know that. Hate-filled box with a very kind $50. Hey, I would like to call in soon. We mostly agree, so it might be boring, but I learn a lot from you, and I'm also happy to arm a comrade with knowledge. You can email me if you're interested, but no guarantees. I've been turning away almost everyone interested in talking lately, because I've been very, very, very busy. So, yeah. But, it is something I am down for. True, Jesse 3. Like, conceptually, so you can email. Maybe, Abby. I'm so warm. Holy fuck, I'm shutting down. My body is shutting down. Yes, I do, Verona, 100%. Can you explain what critical theory is? Yeah, Pants. Critical theory is basically the dialectic, except applied to, or sorry, not the dialectic, sorry. Historical materialism, except applied to other social issues. It's the idea that social progress with regards to race or gender or whatever is defined in large part between conflict between people with different, power structures. It's basically the gist of it. Love you too, Nigel Farage. Yeah, Tagar, Ian, true. Nice, Sagar Boyles. Very nice. Akat with the additional $25. You fucking madman. Welcome back. Thank you. And with the $20, go on holiday when you can. I like doing what I do. I like my job. Depression itself with the $2. I will not go to timeout again. This is an outrage. Very sorry, comrade. Oh yeah, Vontix, 100%. Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Cigar. They don't give a fuck about, racism. Judas Priest, thank you for $2. Markinator with the $5. What is it with supposed leftists like Jimmy Dore and Roger Waters somehow thinking Tucker Carlson is a cool dude? Because they're stupid. Because they're just dumb. They're not smart. They're either not smart or they're bigots who are just, grifting off of progressivism. You ready for the hottest take? Today, it is harder to be a progressive online than it is to be a leftist and a progressive. Or sorry, it's harder to be a leftist. It's harder to be a progressive than it is a leftist. Sorry, I misspoke. Online, just going online and being like, oh, populism, corporations are bad. you know, that shit just going online, there is a huge crowd of people who will suck your cock down to the fucking base for how brave you are for saying corporations are bad, as long as you don't fuss it up with any of the stuff that actually makes white boys uncomfortable, which is acknowledging that they have privilege. That's what makes them uncomfortable. If you want to actually challenge power structures, like, you can't begin and end with class, okay? There is a massive fucking system of white hegemony in this country that they are deliberately avoiding addressing, because doing that would get rid of a huge chunk of their audience. And that's the reason why I am unironically more fucking convinced and more fucking convincing than they can ever be, because I actually work to dispel these people from my audience and work to correct injustices in all forms, rather than knowing that my message is going to get picked up in large part by dipshit alienated white boys who think black people are monkeys but still kind of like the idea of not being ruled by corporations. And they profit from those people, and I refuse to accept their money. Except when they give me donations asking to debate me. When that happens, I'm okay with accepting their money. My goodness. Thank you, Dark Samus. RBE Empathy with the $10. Stop being a bitch and debate me on how you're wrong about race and race realism. We were doing debates earlier, my dude. You're the one who wasn't smart enough to get into the Collins channel. You must have like a low IQ. Must be your race, sorry. Yeah, Sake Tanuki. The name Crystal Ball probably did foretell a bit of a problem there. That's true. True, Idler Wheel. Thanks to Tier 1 sub, and likewise the Tier 1 sub Jedward. Jedward with the Tier 1 sub. Very, very true. Red Fate with the $5. Thank you very much. Check out the philosopher Rick Roderick. Okay, YouTube chat. You've been told to check it out. H Bomber Guy with the $10. Do you have any clips from Chapo for your case? No, I don't really get clips from chat. Just watch a Chapo thing. They're going to make just watch. Listen to any Chapo episode. They make fun of Idpol. That's like their thing. I mean, if I had to string together clips, I definitely could, but I'm really don't like working. Can I say fuck Andre Ventura? Sure. Fuck Andre Ventura. You got it. NPC Porky, thanks to Tier 2 sub. Zero with the $30. Why does everyone I used to like end up aiding and abetting conservatism Pepe hands? Because our jobs are hard. Because our jobs are difficult. Okay? Neon Nor later. Marcus Seren with the 25 kronar. So you don't like Kyle Kalinske, huh? Nope. Aw, Mythaldu. Huge shout out to White Nervosa, who apparently did a bunch of big brain tech stuff behind the scenes during today's stream and during today. I love her very much. She is literally the only reason I am able to do what I do, and she is wonderful. Thank you so much. Just sit. If you want the Google Docs, just ask around in chat. Somebody has it for you. I'll link it in bio at some point. Birds Aren't Real with the incredibly kind $50. Jesus Christ, you people today. Just got a new job so I can afford to throw money at you. Take my money, you damn libtard. For real though, your streams are great. Now get a nice new pair of undies. I'm getting like 10 pairs of expensive micromodal fabric underwear just today. I can't wait for them to come in. Yeah, very true, Gail D. Very, 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 very fucking true. Sake Tanuki with the $20. Paleolithic man literally had smaller brains than we do. It was a biological true. Paleoconservative just means you have a larger forehead and a smaller brain. Okay. Please, I have to go. It's so hot in here, and you all donated too much. If you keep doing this, I'm reading even less donations. I'm reading even less donations in the future. It's going to be even less. I'm literally just going to skip over donations. I will do it. I'm not joking. I will do it, okay? I love you all very much. You're all beautiful people, okay? Have yourselves a good one, okay?